Peterson.
Here.
Member Bennett.
Here.
Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Nanke.
Also here.
Member McQuaid.
Here.
Member Dickey.
Here.
Member Benjamin. Absent. Member Benars.
Here.
Member Lewis.
Here.
Member Berger.
Here.
Member Kylowite.
Here.
Member Bailey.
Here.
Member Moore Green.
Here.
Member Wildfang. Absent. Member Gonzalez.
Here.
Member Hazlitt.
Here.
Member Bergman.
Here.
Member Milton. Absent.
All right. Member Lewis, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Way to pick up the pizza.
Yeah, really. Move it like jackrabbit.
Welcome, everyone. Looks like we have a good crowd tonight, so we'll try and move it along. First thing on the agenda is approval of minutes from the April 20th, 2016 meeting. Did everyone get a chance to review those?
Yes.
Don't see any corrections. So do we have a motion for approval of those minutes?
Motion.
We have a motion by member Bednarz. Do we have a second? Second by member Hazlitt.
Like all over the place.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. All right, handout material. Budget Officer Jacobs.
Thank you, Chair Berger. I will very briefly go over the handout materials in your packet this evening. We have correspondence from Jean Boatwright from the Grant Neighborhood Association regarding reinstatement of the annual newsletter program. Correspondence from Dan Clem, who is from the Salem Chamber of Commerce, regarding a set percentage allocation of transient occupancy tax revenues to support Travel Salem. I will skip item C for just a moment. Moving on to item D, correspondence from the Salem Area Lodging Association regarding a stabilized percentage of funding for transient occupancy tax for Travel Salem. Item E is correspondence from Virginia Barker regarding an increase in Neighborhood Association staff support. There was an item placed at your desk this evening that is not included on the agenda. We received it late. It is correspondence from Steve Johnson, the Travel Salem Board Chair, regarding, as the other two correspondents, set percentage allocation for Travel Salem. Item D, or item, I beg your pardon, C on your agenda is the status report that you receive every week. And there is little change in the status report from the last time you saw it, which was at the last meeting. There were no wish list items added at the last meeting. There was a commitment on part of staff to provide information on court fine revenue, and that report will be delivered on May 11th. All of the other reports that you note on your wish list, or on the status report, I beg your pardon, will be provided to you at the next meeting on May 4th. And that concludes my review of the handout materials.
Question for you. When do you think those reports will be out prior to the meeting?
They will be in your packet that you will receive on Friday.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next agenda item, the fire department budget. For those in the audience who aren't familiar with our procedure, we have a presentation from staff for each budget, and then we have public testimony on that budget, and then we have some questions and discussion by the Budget Committee on that specific agenda item, and then we move on. The first agenda item is the fire department budget, and Chief Niblock is here to present.
Thank you, Chair Berger and members of the Budget Committee. The first thing I want to do is thank all of you volunteers for your time. I know it takes a lot of time to go through this process. It's an important process, so staff certainly appreciate your willingness to volunteer to help us figure out our budget. So tonight I'm going to talk about the general fund budget for the fire department and the EMS, Emergency Medical Services Fund, which are the two funds within the fire department. The budget before you this evening represents a hold the line, or more accurately, a 0.5% decrease from last year's budgeted amount for the fire department, and includes 152 full-time employees. This budget continues our operations as they are currently staffed, a staffing level of 9 fire stations in operation, Station 8 located at the Chemeketa Community College campus, and Station 11 located at the Orchard Heights Road in northwest and West Salem remain closed in this proposed budget. I want to take a second here and thank the men and women of the department that respond every day. They truly do an amazing job of keeping our community safe and responding to the needs of our citizens each and every day. Also want to, would be remiss if I didn't thank my administrative staff for assisting me. Assistant Chief Greg Hadley is here this evening, and Deputy Chief Robert Chitwood, and my budget person who does everything that's budget, that's obviously very important, and my right arm in the organization, management analyst Rachel Hostetler. We're a full-service fire department. We offer a wide variety of emergency services to the community. Our primary mission of saving lives is accomplished through providing paramedic care during emergencies, fighting fire both in residential and commercial buildings. We also provide a vast array of technical rescue services, including water rescue, rope rescue, both high and low angle, confined spaces, urban search and rescue, respond to natural gas emergencies, and we also operate a regional hazardous response materials team. In 2015, we responded to over 20,000 calls for service, our historical high. Over 10,000 of those calls were priority 1 emergencies where someone's life was in jeopardy. Our organization continues to offer citizen emergency response team training to better prepare our citizens in the event of a disaster. We also provide fire prevention, building inspection, and plan review through our fire marshal's office. A couple of significant changes that I want to talk about with you this evening. We welcomed a new ambulance transport provider, Falk Ambulance, July 1st, and I'm happy to report the transition went very smoothly and they're performing very well in the system. Through generous funding from the Salem Fire Foundation, we have been able to provide CPR and AED training to every 8th grade student in the community. By the end of the year, we will have trained 3,500 8th graders. We have also been able to train 187 CTEC students, the new technical school out there, with the 4-hour Heart Saver card. So they will go into the work environment with a first aid card and with a CPR card, which will hopefully make them better employable in the marketplace. So we're committed to continuing that along with the foundation. We've enhanced our deputy fire marshals' work tools by adding a mobile inspection program whereby they can electronically in the field enter data for corrections notices and inspections, which relates to quicker turnaround time for the customer in the field and quicker communication and more efficiency for the deputy fire marshals. We only have 4 of those in the department, and we calculate that this software saves us about 0.25 of an FTE in time because they can do it right when they're on scene. They don't have to come back to the department and sit down at a computer and do it later. And then finally, probably our most important significant change that I want to talk about tonight, and probably the rest of the presentation really focuses on this, is our increasing call volume. As I mentioned before, we ran 20,121 calls in 2015, and the first quarter of 2016, if it's any indicator of what we're going to do for the rest of the year, we're up 529 calls in the first quarter compared to 2015. At that rate, we will exceed 22,000 calls for 2016. And that will be a double-digit increase in call growth. Obviously, this presents some training challenges for us. It presents a lack of opportunity for us to go out and intermix with the public. Public education programs have been severely limited because of the nature of the call volume going up. And like I said, getting the necessary training for crews. If you're at a 2-hour training class and you're interrupted by 4 or 5 calls, which the calls come first, it's difficult to have enough resources to be able to get that training to our folks. So before we dive into call volume and response times and the interrelationship between those, I want to kind of set the parameters here with a little bit of history about why we've adopted a response time standard. So in 1995, the council adopted our current standard, which is a 5.5-minute response to all priority 1 emergencies from the receipt of call at the dispatch center until our arrival on scene, 85% of the time. This standard closely matches the National Fire Protection Association standard, which is considered widely acceptable for emergency response. So why is this standard important? We know based on medical studies that brain death occurs around the 6-minute mark if you experience a cardiac arrest and stop breathing. For every minute that goes by, your chance of survival decreases by 10%. At the 6-minute mark, you only have a 40% chance of survival. We also know from studies of fire behavior by the National Fire Protection Agency and the National Institute of Science and Technology that early intervention during a fire can significantly increase the survival chances of the occupants that may be trapped. In addition, the increased amount of plastics and the lightweight construction materials that are being used in homes now allows them to burn faster and hotter than they have in the past. Early arrival at these fires with the proper equipment and the proper number of firefighters to perform the critical tasks necessary allows us to rescue people and extinguish the fire, potentially saving lives and reducing property damage. I want to give you 2 real-life examples from our own community. These were both residential structure fires in the last couple of years. Both had occupants trapped in them. The first fire we were able to respond to in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The crew immediately realized it was a rescue situation. They began rescue operations while other crews worked to confine the fire and provide an escape route for the adults that were trapped in the building. They were able to ladder a 2nd-story window and extract 2 children out of the bathroom where they were at with their parents. Parents couldn't get through the window, so the crews made entry into the structure, got them out through the front door safely. The mother ended up spending about a month in ICU. All 4 victims lived. The second fire is a fire where it took us 7 minutes and 30 seconds to arrive. At 7 minutes and 30 seconds, that fire building is not survivable if you're inside. The 2 occupants that were in that building did not survive. They were fire fatalities. While I can't say for certain if we would have got there in 3 minutes, we could have saved them, I can tell you for certain we would have made entry into the building at 3 minutes because the fire would have been smaller and we would have been able to extract them from the building. I can also say with relative certainty if we would have had those 4 other occupants in the first fire, if they would have stayed in the building for another 30 seconds, they were at the point where they were getting ready to expire. We would have had 4 fatalities there if we would have been only 30 seconds later in arrival. So you can see that arrival at these types of events is critical for us to affect protecting the public and saving lives. So let's go back to our call volume chart here. I wanted to show you our 2008 through 2015 actual numbers of our ability to meet the response times and our call volumes. So the green line at the top is the 85th percentile target that we're shooting for. The red line is the actuals that we're able to achieve throughout the years. And the blue line is our call volume. And what we did on this chart to be conservative was we calculated a 3.5% increase moving from 2016 out to 2021. What I will tell you is 2012 through 2015, we've experienced almost a 6% increase per year in call volume. And this year, we're likely to experience a 10% increase. So this is a conservative chart when you look at it. We're showing in 2021 will be above 25,000 calls for service. And our response percentage, meeting our response percentage time will be at 68%. Now that's a lot of numbers. 5% down on the response time equates to 500 people in a 10,000 call system, and this is based on 10,000 calls. Right now, in 2015, we met the response standard 73% of the time, which leaves 1,200 people below the 85th percentile that we're not getting to in that 5.5 minutes. This is another way that we look at this. This is our service delivery map. This is the City of Salem boundaries, broken down by ward, and then further broken down into quarter-mile grids. Each quarter-mile grid has a number in it that is the number of priority 1 calls that we responded to during the year. This map represents a little over 10,000 calls. So the dark green areas, 5.5 minutes or less, those are areas where we're meeting the response standard. The light green areas, we're meeting at 5.5 to 6 minutes. And the areas of most concern to me are the yellow, orange, and the red, where we're not meeting those response time standards. Calls in those areas of the critical nature that I mentioned earlier, the heart attacks, strokes, the breathing difficulties, the house fires, the entrapments, the car wrecks. If you're waiting 6 to 8 minutes for us to arrive, the clock is ticking and your chance of survival is plummeting. And of most concern to me is Ward 5, the north end of town here, where you can see there's a large amount of red squares. We do have some issues in Ward 4, and some other issues in Ward 8 in the northwest part of the city. So future outlook. We've talked a lot about response times and deployment and how we do that. We are constantly looking at our deployment to ensure that we are providing the best service, the greatest service for the greatest number of people, and that's becoming increasingly a challenge for us as our call volume increases. But we continue to do that. We're being aggressive with grants. The picture in the lower right-hand corner here, this is an SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus. This is the apparatus that allows firefighters to go into a structure fire and breathe basically normal air to protect their airways so they can go into the heat and the smoke and survive and do what they need to do inside that fire. We bought these 11 years ago on a grant, and they're at the end of their service life. We'll need to replace these for sure next year. We're in the grant process right now. This cost item is about $800,000. The grant will cover 80% of that if we're successful in getting it. We got one last time, so we're hopeful that we'll get one this time. And we'll know whether we get that grant probably in July this year, and then move forward with the purchase of those air packs. If not, we'll have to put it in capital for the budget for next year. And then SAFER grant. We've applied for a SAFER grant, which will allow us to staff Station 8. We applied for a 40-hour engine, 4 10s or 5 8s, depending on how we staff that. It's at Station 8 station. So we've applied for that grant. We'll find out if we're successful there winter of 2016. And we would need to recruit, recruit and train those individuals. And so we would shoot for a target date of July of 2017 to begin that service. And then that's a 2-year window of funding from the federal government, 100% funding for that resource. And then finally, we're going to continue our partnership with Salem Fire Foundation. We're able to do some things in the community that we're not able to do within the constraints of the general fund budget, such as teach CPR to all those kids and how to use an AED. The foundation and the council have helped us placing AEDs in all of our police cars. We're currently donating AEDs out to businesses in the community. We've donated about 18 of them so far. We have the remaining balance of 50 to donate, so we want to put those AEDs out in the community for public access. And we really, at the end of the day, we're striving to have the highest cardiac save rate in the community, or in the nation, not just the community. We want to have the highest one here, I guess, so it is in the community. So that's really our long-term goal. So we're going to continue our relationship with the Salem Fire Foundation. Briefly, I'm just going to touch on the Emergency Medical Services Fund here. That's a proposed budget. There's 2 people in this fund. They manage the Falk ambulance contract for us, all the contractual procedures that go with that, performance measurements, all those types of things. And they also make sure that we have all of the equipment and everything we need for our advanced life support paramedics that are on our fire trucks and our ladder companies. We've already talked about the transition and the citizen CPR training. I really want to focus on stable fund balance here. This fund has been on the watch list for the last 5 years. Not a happy place to be. I don't like being on the watch list. We have worked very hard to curb spending, find better ways to spend our money. We've done a lot of things in conjunction with Falk Ambulances, such as ordering things and using their contracts to have better procurement costs. All of that, included with some restructuring of our direct billing to the EMS fund, has allowed us to stabilize this fund for the first time in 5 years. And what we're going to do with that this year is we have some immediate equipment needs we need to replace. There was no capital expense in this fund for us. We're going to be replacing all of our tablets that we record our medical information when we transport a patient or we deal with a patient in the field. And then we can communicate with Falk Ambulance wirelessly, so we can share information, which is really important. Those tablets we have now are over 5 years old. If anybody has a 5-year-old computer, you know how that works. The technology changes so rapidly. And so we need to update that. And then the other thing that this will do, so this year we'll spend the money on that. Next year we will be bringing ourselves, the next 3 years, we'll be bringing ourselves into compliance with the Council Policy C12, which is a policy that asks us to have 6 months of operating capital set aside in case something happens with our transport provider on very short notice, so we can immediately begin providing the transport services again here in the community. We want to make sure that we have that backup plan in place. We'll be in compliance with that. We're not far from being in compliance with that now, but we're about 100,000, I think, below where we need to be. And then finally, future capital needs. As I mentioned, there wasn't really a plan in place for what do we do when our life packs expire? What do we do when we need to buy another ambulance? What do we do when we need to buy a training mannequin that costs $18,000? There wasn't a fund in place to do that. This plan will allow us to have funding to be able to do those things now and well into the future. So we've kind of right-sized this budget, and I'm happy to report it's no longer on the watch list. So. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Chief. Before we take questions, I do want to give the public an opportunity for public testimony. I don't see anyone on the list signed up for fire department budget. Is there any member of the public who wishes to testify on this specific budget? I don't see any, so we'll take questions, starting with Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, first, thank you and your force for the tremendous work they do, given what you're being handed, apparently. I'm really concerned about it. I'll just share that starting out. Can we go back to the colored map? This just gets worse. Not where I live. Ward 1 just seems fine, doesn't it? But I'm looking at the north, south, east, and west ends of this thing, and it is getting grimmer and grimmer. And what I want to understand is what that red means in terms of your ability to save people's lives. It's very troubling to see that much red.
So if you're in one of those red squares and you suffer a cardiac arrest where you lose your cardiac function and your breathing, and you have to wait 8 minutes for us to arrive, you're so far down that survivable scale that the likelihood is we're not going to be able to resuscitate you.
And when you talk about 10,000 of these calls, what percentage are in the red zone now?
Actually, I have that. Give me a second to find it here. I want to throw out like 8%.
Okay.
But let me verify that. I want to say it's 8%.
So about 800. Okay.
I actually have that here somewhere. I have the breakdown for every.
Well, why don't we go with your 800 for a minute?
I'll come back to you on that.
Okay, thanks. 800 is pretty troubling. The other question I've got, and maybe you can help me out with this, is on one of the other things you mentioned is the impact on training. And you described a training day that if I was being trained, I'd be asking, what kind of training am I getting? That if there's a call out, I'm gone. If I'm back, I'm back. What does that do? What impact does that have on training and the level of preparedness for firefighters? Assuming, and I'm not questioning whether these guys are fully engaged, fully prepared, but they're also being expected to keep their skills very, very high. Given the situation we're handing them, they better be they got to be almost miraculous at this point, it sounds like, in some of these parts of town. So what's going on?
I'll come back to that. I've got I got your answer for your last question here. So at 5.5 minutes or less, 7,496 calls. At 6 minutes or less, 767 calls. At 7 minutes or less, 954 calls. 8 minutes or less, 525, and over 8 minutes, 530.
Wow.
Out of all the priority 1 calls for last year.
Okay, so in excess of 1,000, well in excess of 1,000 apparently would be affected by a potential life-threatening
10.3% or over 8 minutes.
Okay. So could you talk just for a second about what this is doing to training? Because that's one of the things we hear a lot about is the importance of training, the ability to
Absolutely. Training is critically important. We have ongoing mandatory training that we have to have every year. That's important. But also the new things that we bring into the department, new skills that we bring. We started high-performance CPR earlier last year, and then we've seen a huge difference in our save rates with CPR. But we have to bring people in and train that new method to them. And if you're there receiving training for 2 hours and you're interrupted 4 times, you can imagine the disjointedness of that training. You're leaving training to go to a call. We are able to try to carve out, we take an engine and send them to training to try to get some training for them, but the system is busy enough that very rarely do you ever get to complete a training when you're not being interrupted. So it does have an impact on that. It limits the ability of multi-company drills that we can do. It's important, for example, we had the fire downtown the other day in a commercial structure, and we sent a lot of resources to it. And, the paper said fire trucks are blocking the street. Well, we send a lot of resources to those calls because we want to get them there quickly, and we don't want to have another McMahon's on our hand where we burn down a quarter of a block. And if you don't address those things very quickly, crews did an excellent job of getting to the roof, getting in, and coordinating all the things that went on there. There was 2 ladder trucks there. We had a fire in the flue, fire in the attic, fire on the roof, so there was a lot of things going on, a lot of crews there to do that. We need to train together like that on a routine basis to keep that continuity of the crew. If you never get to do that, the only time you're doing it's on a call, you're always on a call, there can be some implications to that.
Well, it sounds like there are implications
There are
from what you're,
implications.
I mean,
Yep.
you could be has gone beyond that now in terms
Yes.
of our training capabilities then.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'll wait and see if there's other questions I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Member Bailey?
Thank you, Chair. This is on this map, too. What do the numbers inside the grids represent?
Those are the numbers of priority 1 calls that happened in that quarter-mile square for
Okay.
2015.
Because I'm seeing a real disparity. I mean, the one I'm seeing up in the northeast there, 281 calls? Or one down on Kubler, 220 calls. So I'm wondering, now, of these, can this data be broken out into what's fire and what's, life emergencies, as it were, more of the ambulance type calls? Can that data be broken down?
Yes, and I can give you that answer. We're
Well-
about 75% medical-related type calls.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering is there a difference in response time? If you were to plot fire occurrence here and frequency versus response time, versus then another map is more the CPR, life, sickness, illness, accidents, would there be a difference in response time and the number of calls that are in the red zone? In other words, are there more ambulance calls to certain parts of town because of age, because of demographics, versus fire, and that kind of thing? Not that there isn't an issue, but I'm just interested in how these break out versus your needs internally.
So when we plotted a map like this with fire calls from 2015. They're all over town. There's not one. They're not all downtown.
Okay.
They're all over. So they're all over the community. Medical calls, as you can see, priority 1. We class them all together as priority 1. They're all over the community as well. There are areas in the community that have higher needs populations. Some of the retirement homes have more calls than your single residence or your apartment complex. So they can have more service requests than, like I say, your general neighborhood. But we've looked at that. There isn't really, when we classify a priority 1, it's imperative for us to get there, whether it's a cardiac arrest or a victim trapped in a house fire or a car wreck where you have a lacerated liver and you have an hour to get to surgery. Every minute counts before you get to that healthcare situation. So we don't. When we look at it, we don't say, well, this is more important than that. They are all priority 1 emergencies. And we look at the criteria and we prioritize. So we have priority 2s, priority 3s, and priority 4s. And we have pushed calls. We used to respond to everything, the same. We don't do that anymore because we don't have the resources to do it. So we've reduced the level of response. We send the appropriate level of response to the appropriate call. So the fire downtown was a commercial structure fire. We sent 2 ladder trucks, 5 engines, a battalion chief. I went to the call. I don't typically go to too many calls. I went to that call because it's in the core downtown. It's an active fire. We have smoke showing. There's apartment complexes on one side, there's businesses on the other, the restaurant's on fire. Those can end badly if they're not handled appropriately. So we dump a lot of resources at that. Cardiac arrest, I mentioned high performance CPR. We send 8 people to a full cardiac arrest now because that's how many people it takes to effectively mitigate that call and its highest chance for survival. We sent 12 people home. I say we, us in the hospital. We sent 12 people home who suffered cardiac arrest last year that survived. And they survived with full mentation, no disability. They left the hospital like better than they went in, because when they went in, they were having CPR done on them. So that's a true impact to the community. 12 citizens are alive. They're going back to work. They're going back to their families. And we dump that level of resource at that call for a short period of time. We work the call for about 20, 30 minutes. If they're not resuscitated, we call it at the scene. We don't take them to the hospital. So I guess in answering that question, I'd say really we look at the priority 1 calls as they're all critical until proven otherwise. And if we get there and it's not a critical call, we clear those resources and they go back in the system to handle other calls that are available.
And just quickly, that's fire department, not fall?
This is fire and FALC together.
Okay.
Yeah. Priority 1, a priority 1, for example, a CPR event, gets an ambulance and 2 engine companies. There's 8 people there. A car wreck gets, if it's an entrapment car wreck, gets 2 engines, a ladder truck, a BC, a medic unit, maybe an additional medic unit, depending on if there's 2 victims that are injured. If we have to extricate, the other day we had to extricate 2 people. Unfortunately, one of those deceased. It was a horrible accident. The other one was able to be transported. It takes a lot of resources to get somebody out of a car in a quick fashion like that safely. The other thing that we look at is when we're going to a medical call, a lot of times people have collapsed in their bathroom, between their bathtub and their toilet, or behind their bed, or in their closet, or in their attic, or so it's not like we can just pull up and they jump in the ambulance and they go to the hospital. We have to have personnel there to be able to safely extricate them from wherever they're at, medically treat them appropriately, and then get them to the hospital as quick as we can.
Thank you.
Member Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested, Chief, first of all, I join Councilor Bennett and everybody else. You guys do a terrific job with the resources you have. I'm interested in the call for service increases that you project out. And I guess my first question is, where do you handle those calls? Do you have a central location for all those calls?
So we're dispatched through WVCC, which is the same dispatch center that does the police.
There you go. That was that's what I was going to say.
Yes.
Well, perhaps could you join? Yeah, now I know you're with WVCC.
We are.
Okay,
I'm on the
good.
advisory board.
Yeah, okay, that's good, that's good. And so, are there people at WVCC who are just doing fire calls, or every person at WVCC handles all calls?
No, the center is divided up into police and fire.
Okay,
And there are
okay.
specific fire dispatchers. They're depending on the call load. Now they
Right.
dispatch for Marion County.
Right.
We dispatch for a total of 29 agencies. So sometimes there's 2 fire dispatchers on duty, not very often 3. But if we're doing a MANS type fire and we've got all of our resources and we got mutual aid, there may be a dispatcher just wholly dedicated to that fire because there's so much radio traffic.
So I guess my question on that is, do you anticipate that you're going to need more staff in the future to handle this, or do you think the way the communications industry is changing and moving that you can handle it with what you've got?
The dispatching of the calls?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a tricky question. I think the dispatch center probably could use some more dispatchers. I think we're doing okay there with fire. But that's always the challenge, balancing the number of employees with all the other issues at the dispatch center. But one of the metrics that we look at is how much time it takes them to process calls for us. And their call processing time is averaging about 20 seconds, 22 seconds a call. That's built into the response time, so the shorter they do that, the more time it gives us to drive and get there and quicker to help the person. So they're performing at a pretty high level for us right now. As our call volume increases, though, certainly that's something you're going to have to look at. person can only do so much. I would describe us right now as treading water. We're keeping our nose above water, but every year we dump, 1,000. If we do 2,000 calls this year, in addition to what we have, we're going to be doing 22,000 a year. You can only spread yourself so thin.
Sure. I have some questions about the SAFER grant and the red zones, but I'm going to defer that to other counselors because it's their wards that are more concerned with that. Again, I'm in Ward 2, and we're looking pretty good. I'm mostly all dark green and some light green.
All right, Member McCoy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to Ward 4, since I'm the city councilor for Ward 4. We're talking, you've got 2 stations that are shut down. You're talking about 40 hours to Station 8. I'm looking at all the red and dark brown or whatever's in that ward there. That's all on the north side. How would that help and assist in the call time responses in my ward, far south Salem?
So what we look at when we look at that is we look at system-wide. Adding a 24-hour engine back to Station 8, which would be our first priority, we would add back before we added Station 11, would help system-wide about 3%, which is 300 people a year would get the response time you want them to get. How it also helps is we collapse to the core when we get busy. So when downtown gets busy and they're out and they're gone and another call comes in, resources collapse to the core where the next call comes in. They would do that less often if Engine 8 was in service, because right now what's happening is Station 3, our busiest station, is having to cover Station 8 area, and that means Station 10's covering Station 3's area, and that means Station 9's getting sucked up into Station 10's area, so it's a domino effect.
So the farther from the core you are, the worse shape you are.
When you get to the perimeters, absolutely. If you look at the perimeter of the map, that's where the least concentrated calls are. Those are still calls, but they're the least concentration.
So I guess I have a problem with that methodology, since that means my ward gets consistently dangerous call responses while the central area of the city doesn't. And to me, that's then, whether you're north, west, or south on this map, or east, they're getting not as good a service.
We don't move them up unless there's a call. So if 3 engines are out on a structure fire and another fire comes in, we send the available resources to that next call. And that does mean there are times when West Salem doesn't have any coverage, when South doesn't have any coverage, because we have an active call that we're going to. We don't move Station 7 up to Station 1 to sit there and wait for a call. We only move them if there's an active 911 call requesting service. And if we didn't do that, if we left an engine setting in a station while we had a heart attack going on the next district over, this map would look a whole lot different than it looks now. It's a dynamic system. We have to move to cover.
I have a question. When we're looking at the police numbers here, as we looked at the police facility, they had some national average staffing numbers, so many officers for 1,000 people or whatever. Are there numbers like that for fire?
There are numbers. That's not typically how the fire staffing is done. We look at covering the geography. We are below, for a city our size, we're below the average, but that's not typically how we look at that.
Okay, so then let's go with how you do typically look at it. How far below the average are we?
Well, we need at least to have the stations we have closed open back up, and to be able to meet the standard, we need probably two more vehicles, two more apparatus to be able to cover the needs of the community at the 85th percentile.
Okay, and so when you say apparatus,
Fire trucks.
that's a fire truck in each station with a crew of
3.
3.
We staff with 3. Some places staff with 4. Quite frankly, we can't afford that. Tualatin Valley staffs with 4 people on every engine. That would be great. It's not our reality.
And so that's per shift? I mean, so in other words, if you open the station
That's right. That's per shift.
and the shifts are 8 hours, 10 hours?
No, 24 hours.
24 hours,
24
so
shifts,
it's 24
so-
hours with 3.
So it's 9 people to staff an engine company.
Okay, that's,
Yeah.
I guess, thank you. You answered my question that I couldn't quite ask. And I want to go back and make sure I understand a priority 1 call. A what the absolute description of that is, because I'm hearing it's things that are, you know, you're going to save a life or prevent a death. Is that, I mean, in general, whether that's a car
priority-
crash or a heart attack or a
Priority
medical
one
emergency?
calls are calls where there's imminent potential for loss of life. So structure fire, of course, we don't know if people are trapped when we get dispatched to that. So certainly there are times when people get out of their homes when they're on fire and we don't have a rescue, but there are times when they're not out of their homes and we have to rescue them. Vehicle crashes where we have the potential for trauma system entry, where there's significant head trauma. And so we classify these through the information that comes to dispatch, and we have a classification, priority 1, 2, 3, and 4. We respond code 3, lights and siren, to priority 1 calls, and we have a matrix in our deployment document that actually describes what resources are required, what critical tasks have to be completed at, you know, a car wreck with entrapment. And so we know how many people it takes to do that, and so that's how many resources we designate to that. Like I said before, if it comes in as a trap and we get there and nobody's trapped when we get there, they peel off and they go back into the system, back in service. If they're really open for business, they truly have somebody trapped in the car, then they're going to do what they need to do, those critical tasks in the shortest time possible to get that person out of the car and get them to the hospital. So these are calls where, and it all depends on what the person says when they call dispatch. If they say, you know, my husband's laying on the floor, he's not breathing, and he's having a cardiac arrest, and we get there and he's having a diabetic issue, and we give, you know, we don't need all those resources, so they quickly clear. We can only go off the information that they give us. But there are calls that time does matter. Time makes a difference.
And so what percentage of all the calls are priority 1?
About 50%.
Half?
Yeah.
Okay.
About that represents about 10,000 calls last year. We did 20,121 last year.
And then finally, the grant you're looking for the, I guess, the breathing apparatus?
Uh-huh.
So those breathing apparatus have a lifespan, is that?
Yes.
And it's
Yep.
and they still work, but they're going down more often, is that?
They still
probably what-
work. There are 2 NFPA certification cycles out of date. And that's really the kind of that we have certain parameters we put in, like we use our bunker gear for so many years. Beyond that, when we test it every year to make sure it's safe, beyond that, the recommendation is you don't use it because it can fail. It's more likely
Sort of like
to
the
fail.
warranty expired or the.
Right. So these are 11 years old, and they're at the end of their service life. The manufacturer's not selling them anymore because the technology has changed so much. And so to meet the new standards for firefighter safety, the technology has changed in the manufacturing industry. So they're not selling this pack anymore, and by next year, it's going to be hard to get parts for it, and we don't want to find ourselves buying parts on eBay or those types of things.
Okay, so either way, next year we have to do
We
something.
need to replace them next year.
Whether you get a grant or not, we have to do something. Okay, thank you.
All right, Member Bednarz.
Thank you. I actually wanted to compliment you. You answered one of the questions that's asked of me constantly, and that is, why did they send so many trucks to such a simple kid trips or something? And generally, that person who makes that comment doesn't know what the call that came in, and certainly the operator at the other end has to interpret what's being said in order to send the appropriate. But I hear that. I do hear that a few times every day, or every year, rather. Second, I wanted to talk to you. You said 20,000 calls, 10,000 priority 1. How many of those are fire of the 20,000?
I have that information as well. Give me a second to flip through my pages here. So fires last year in 2015, 518 fires. That's up 101 from the previous year.
Yeah, I remember, because I've been watching the last several years, and 300 and something the year before that.
Yep.
Okay. My third one has to do probably with the topic that isn't going to get solved in this budget cycle, but I want to step on it a little bit, and that has to do with opening Station 11 and Station 8. You mentioned that Station 8, you'd rather open that first before 11. Is that? And 8 is the one in West Salem on Orchard Heights? Oh, was that the one in Northeast Salem? I got it backwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chemeketa
So-
campus is Station 8. Station 11 is on Orchard Heights.
Yes, and I could see, and I know we've had this conversation, particularly the one up, that's why I was asking, because I must have had it backwards. But what are we talking about, if, the cost of opening up a station full-time? Because I understand right now, when you have staff, those stations are open at some period.
Very, very seldom, though. A couple of days a year for Station 11, a few more days for Station 8, but it's hit and miss. The short answer is to open them both, $3 million a year.
For both of them, $1.5 million a pop.
Yep.
And if we don't open it, we still have all that red and orange. I just don't want to build another fire station and not be able to plan for the people that we can put into, the firefighters that we put into them. That's number one. And number two is to try to get those two open. There's really, I'm not sure what we can do other than cut something else within the budget, and that doesn't do us so well, especially if you're talking $1.5 million to $3 million. So, okay, you can answer my questions. Thanks.
Member Dickey?
Thank you. Yeah, I have a few questions. So you answered how much it costs to open a station 24/7. How much does it cost to staff for 40 hours?
So Station 8, if we staffed it at 40 hours, would be $478, $810 a year.
Okay. And wondering, so the SAFER grant that we've applied for, that is for 40-hour
That's
staffing. And during the 2 years of the grant, if we are successful, we have to keep staffing levels. Can you explain how that works?
The conditions of the grant, if you accept the grant, you have to maintain your FTE count during the grant period, which is 2 years. So once you hire the individuals off the grant, let's say our FTEs are 152 now, we hire 3 more, we're at 155. We have to maintain that 155 FTE count during the 2-year grant performance period. At the end of that period, all bets are off. Now, as fire chief, I don't want to open a station and close it again. I've already had the dubious pleasure of closing 2 fire stations. I don't want to have to experience that again if I can. And I think it can be confusing for the public. If it's open, it's closed. It's open, it's closed. So I think it's important to identify funding. If we're gonna take a grant, we're gonna fund them through grants. We don't hire people for part-time. We hire them for a career, and so that's the conditions of the grant, though.
Okay, so.
And it's 100% funded. It's for the 2 years.
Okay. Thank you. And I mean, in terms of opening it and closing it, I mean, it's been in my ward, in Ward 8, in Ward 8, it's been closed already. So, it can only get better from here. Even if we staff it for a couple years and then we have to look at what kind of cuts we have to make, then at least the residents in those fringe areas get a couple years of protection while we figure out what we're doing. But we'll have that conversation later. So, excuse me, one question I have then, with that SAFER grant, if we have a 40-hour week opening, or a 40-hour week operation in a station, can we make up some difference to fully open it 24/7? Do you see what I'm asking? So say we get funding to open station 40 hours and then we find the difference, I mean, we're able to make up the difference ourselves, or are we kind of locked into 40 hours?
If you want to hire 6 additional FTEs to staff that 24 hours a day, there would be nothing in the grant that would preclude you from doing that. I mean, you're still operating at the 40 hours a week.
Right.
Now, the one catch is we are so lean on our staffing right now that the first engine we open, we actually have to hire 3 additional floaters to cover the time, to make sure we have enough vacation time on the calendar for everyone to have the days that they earn to be able to take those off. We're that tight on the calendar. So we have to hire 12 to bring the first station into service, and that's why I said $3 million to your question. It's 1.7 for the first engine and 1.3 for the second engine.
All right, and just one more question. Well, actually, 2 more questions. But one is, so in terms of our ambulance coverage, do we have any say in where the ambulances sit and wait for calls? I know I went on a ride-along a couple years ago, and we went and sat someplace over at Lancaster for a while we waited for a call. Do we have any say in that, or is that totally up to the discretion of the ambulance company?
We have 100% absolute say in where they deploy their ambulances. We work closely with them in determining where those posts are. An ambulance deployment post is much different than a fire station location. Those ambulances are almost always on the move, in our system. I would tell you that we have the right number of ambulances right now. We're meeting the ASA requirements at 98%, but they're constantly on the move. We are currently looking at adding some posts. We have 6 posting locations right now. Sometimes they double post, but they're moving so much it's hard to catch them 2 at a post, but they do that. So we're looking at expanding the posting locations. One of those is in the north end of town. And when we are at full staffing, we have 10 ambulances in the system. That's only 1 hour a day that there's 10 ambulances, and then they shuffle back down. If everything all being equal, that post would be covered that hour of the day in the north part of town, but they wouldn't be there 24 hours a day. So really what we need is to cover the dirt. We need to cover the geography with the station locations. Like, I mean, we put those stations where we had them for a reason, to cover the geography of the town, so they have a 4-minute drive time. Ambulances are very much more transitional, and they're really there. They do help us stop the clock sometimes. They get there 35–40% of the time first and provide some paramedic care. The rest of the time, the fire engine gets there first and provides the care. So it's combining. It makes the system better. But I don't think you're going to see the improvements here with just putting that ambulance in the north post, because it's going to be moving all the time.
And just one last question. So for the benefit of people who haven't been around a while, if this is, we haven't had this discussion previously, we closed 2 fire stations in 2012, and that was Station 11 in West Salem and Station 8 in North Salem. And so I know that previous to that, these numbers looked a little bit better. And I'm wondering, I know I got some maps from you earlier, and I know that this is a pretty new system, the way you have it mapped out here. Do you have a map from 2011? Because I think I got one from you, so that before the stations were closed, compare?
Yes. Yeah, stations were closed May 7th, 2012. And I have maps all the way back to 2011, so when we started doing this. And so, and I think I provided you 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and you can see the progression. 12, 13, 14, and 15, you can clearly see there's more red squares, and we're at a crossroads right now. If nothing is done, then we're going to see more red, and we're going to see lower response times.
And would that be in other areas?
In other areas
as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Member Lewis?
Yeah, I want to start by also voicing my appreciation for you and your staff for what they do for Salem. I know you'd like to spend more time out in the community, but I can assure you that the efforts that you folks put in, especially with the training of the students, is well appreciated, and so you've got a great reputation out there. My question is, if I understood this correctly, of the over 20,000 calls last year, 518 were fire, which means that a little over 21,000 were medical.
Well, there's hazmat calls in there. There's rescue calls.
Okay.
So there's a wide variety of different call types. But we classify them by category. So there was 518 fires. The medical calls, we had medical aid calls is how we classify them. That's all the priorities. It's 14,789 last year. 10,000 of those were priority 1. So, and then there's, like I said, there's service calls. There's 1,700 service calls. False alarms, 1,100 false alarms. So those are calls we have to respond to. They're not emergent. Sometimes they have to wait till we get there. We've had wire down calls where all the resources are out. For example, the fire the other day, we had 1 engine left in town to cover 80 square miles and 2 medic units for 80 square miles. So that's not a good time to have a heart attack when all the resources are working on something else, and that happens quite frequently.
Yeah, I know we don't want to say this, but how much of the success is just based on luck? But there are more medical, certainly, than fire calls.
Absolutely.
And that,
Yeah.
I've always wondered, I understand that everybody has to go. Other than personnel, what is in the fire truck that is that is required to go to calls, medical calls. Is it the same that's in the ambulances? or-
Absolutely, we just don't transport the patient. So the medic company is here to transport the patient to the hospital for transport services. They're staffed with a paramedic because they can get there first, and they can provide paramedic care, and oftentimes, the engine doesn't go to the hospital with the medic unit if they don't need to. On the supercritical patients, they do. We keep control of that patient with our paramedics until we hand off at the hospital. So depending on the patient, depending on the call, the engine has a full complement of, it has a life pack for defibrillation, it has a drug kit, it's staffed with a paramedic. It's the toolbox that we carry to be able to handle whatever the next call is. We don't know what the next call is going to be. It can be a cardiac arrest, it can be a commercial structure fire. We have to have all those tools with us in our toolbox to be able to respond the quickest we can, because we know the quicker we get there, the better chance of survival the person has, whatever the call is.
And this would, I guess, have to be newer cities. My hunch is one of the reasons we don't have as many fires is because we're a newer city. We're not as old as the cities on the East Coast. I'm wondering if other cities like us have gone to using different equipment. I mean, I know you have to have the fire trucks and you have to have the ambulances. Is there also room for a different type of vehicle that the fire department could use in the medical emergencies that would save us money? Or is that just not
I won't tell you it will save you money. I think there is room for that. What I'll tell you is we need to have a strong foundation before we start talking about adding a one-person vehicle that would respond to a couple hundred calls a year to maybe take relief off of the other fire engines. You look at departments who've done that. Walton Valley is a real popular place for people to say, hey, they're doing this. They got motorcycle paramedics now. They also have 4-person staffing on 26 engine companies, 5 ladder companies, and they have a couple of quick response vehicles with 1 person on them. They didn't close any stations. They added 4-person staffing. To get that, it was in addition to their foundation. And we're below, in my opinion, we're below where we need to be with our foundation to cover our geography in our town with fire trucks. So if I'm given more resources, I want to put it in a fire truck. At some point, when we've covered the dirt and we're feeling good about that and we're not strapped like we are right now, I'm happy to look at alternatives to, with CCOs and those types of things to be able to maybe have a more robust system. But I think we're below where we need to be for the minimum foundation of being able to handle the standing army, I guess is what I'm saying. We don't have a standing army. We can't run a 3rd alarm right now without calling all our neighbors to do it. We could do that with 11 engines and 2 ladder trucks. We're missing that resource. And as fire chief, I get nervous when I got 1 engine or no engines left in the community, and I know the next person that calls is going to have a bad response time.
One last question, if I could. And I got to tell you, looking at the map, there's a lot of red and a lot of yellow in the very southern part of the city and also the northwest corner. If I'm not mistaken, that's where the new houses and the new residents will be. And granted, those houses will be new and less likely to burn, but people inside brand-new houses are just as likely to have a heart attack. And so
That's right.
those colors are concerning because the population in those areas is what's growing. My question is, I've always wondered this about Station 11 because I go by there and I know the doors are closed, but there's stuff inside.
Yes.
Do you gain any value at all from the closed stations, especially 11? I mean, even if it's just storing the equipment to be used in case of, is there any value to the stations even though they're closed?
We basically park our apparatus in there right now. We have the police use the station for rest breaks and meal breaks, so there are people coming in and out of the station, but that's still an active fire station with equipment in it that we really wouldn't want the public coming in and out of there unescorted, and there's nobody there to do that. And it is a little confusing. I've got neighbors that say, hey, that station's not closed. Yeah, it is. It's been closed since 2012. Because it looks like it's open because there's a fire truck sitting there, but there's nobody to drive it.
Oh, no, I go by enough. It's closed.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
All right, Member Bailey?
Thank you for the, for the second chance here. A couple things jump to mind. One is the map is as you just said, is a good reminder about making sure that annexation and new development policies at the urban edge correspond with public service needs as opposed to urban sprawl that you can't serve. So that's the first reminder, thinking about redevelopment internally within the city. But I guess, as Member Bednar said, we're not going to solve this problem here in this budget cycle. But I'm assuming that when you put together your initial budget recommendation, you were not recommending a decrease in your capability or your budget. And so my question to you is, what's the path, and really it's for the council too, what's the path forward here? Salem is not unique, but our situation is our situation, and we've got to figure out a path forward. We cannot be continually corroding and eroding this service. This is so critical. Now, we were able to add back, thanks to the economy and housing prices and so on, a couple of police staff for this next go-around. Is the fire department on the next line of increases when we can? But what's the path forward here? In your view, are we talking bond issues, service bond issues with a limited lifespan, which is not real desirable? But is that a path forward? Are there other things? I think the council's really going to have to tackle this, because this corrosion cannot continue, and it will unless there's a strategy for correcting it. You may not want to answer that in public right now, but go ahead.
Well, yeah.
What's the path forward? What's the path forward?
Well, I guess all I would say to that is I think we're at a crossroads right now. And so there's, we'll do the best we can with the resources we're provided. And when we're provided more resources, then we'll be able to do better.
Well, I guess my real question is, what did you ask for this year that you didn't get?
I was given a budget target, and so that's what I asked for, which is what you saw on the screen.
All right, looks like we're starting to repeat. We got a long agenda, so try and keep your questions critical. Member McQuaid?
Chief, you say you need more, to open these stations to cover the dirt. Does cover the dirt mean be able to respond to every fire in a reasonable manner, or every priority one call?
Every call. We want to have a 4-minute travel time. We try to locate our stations with a 4-minute travel time to cover the areas, the people that are in those areas to provide the service, whether it's heart attack, fire, whatever the 911 call is. We want a 4-minute travel time. So when we close Station 8, Station 3's travel time to the north into town is 8 minutes. You can't drive from point A to point B, so you need to have another resource to cover that geography in that part of town, and that's how we design our station layouts, to cover the geography, and that's what I mean by cover the dirt. We're not covering our dirt with 4-minute travel time to be there to affect whatever that call may be.
Okay. Then finally, the little squares where you've got the numbers, that's a geographic, is that a...
It's a quarter-mile grid.
Quarter mile?
Overlaid on the map.
Thanks.
All right, Member Anderson.
The SAFER grant, I want to talk about that for a bit.
Okay.
My understanding is they can be renewed?
They can be. You can reapply, but there's no, just because you get one, there's no guarantee that you get the second one. You have no advantage over a new applicant.
Someone else who
You
might
have to
have
go
it
through the whole
more.
process again.
Then,
It does happen, though.
let's assume that we apply and we get it. It sounded from your presentation that we really wouldn't be able to get that station online until next fiscal year.
Yes, to get the people hired and
Right,
trained.
right.
We just hired 8 people, and we've exhausted our list. We need to retest,
Sure.
those types of things.
So you could be coming back, and this is kind of in response to Member Bailey's question, you could be coming back at this time next year saying, we got the SAFER grant, And in addition, we want to, instead of 40 hours, we want to open in 80 hours or 60 hours or some other time, and you could be asking us for some more actual money out of this budget.
If the money's
If
there.
you're directed,
That's
yeah,
right.
and I understand that. Okay,
That's right.
thanks.
Thank you. If we were to ramp up before that grant, does that in any way hinder our ability to obtain that grant?
I wouldn't recommend that. You know, the whole point of the grant is that we have the inability to staff it. So if you staff it before the grant, you kind of take away the transparency of we don't have the money to do it. If we go ahead and do it, they're going to say, you got the money, just keep staffing it. What I would say is if there's a desire, if we get approved for the grant this winter, if there's a desire to staff it sooner than July of 2017, we could cover it with overtime for that period and backfill it and then hire and do all the processes and do it that way if there was that much of a desire to have it staffed. My recommendation would be that we do our normal process. We have our normal hirings in July. We normally bring our recruits on in July every year, and we have a pretty set process for that. But we could make it work if you know, council said we got to have this thing staffed right away after we get the grant. We could do it through overtime. There's a cost to that, of course.
Member Bennett?
Thank you. Just for a second, Chief, on that point, what would be the level of additional personnel that would put this grant in some sort of jeopardy? I mean, what, a 40-hour week would somehow jeopardize this grant?
I believe it would.
Would it?
Yeah, I think so.
So what are we asking for in this grant?
We're asking for a 40-hour staffing.
That's all we're asking for.
Mm-hmm.
How many people are, you know, the part that bothers me, I'll just be honest with you, you have to help me with this because I'm sitting here thinking about the number of lives that go into jeopardy while we sit around waiting for this grant to come through. How many of these priority one calls are going to occur during that period? That's what, I mean, you've just given us a pretty critical analysis of our situation, and I think set up a situation where we're looking at that map and trying to figure out who gets it. You know, that it's like a roulette wheel. I'm very uncomfortable looking at this and saying, let's wait till winter or let's wait till next year. And you understand why.
Absolutely.
Because someone's going to get hurt, it sounds like. Plus, you're telling me that the situation also has resulted in what sounds like to me a really depleted quality of training for our people that will ripple through time forward.
Yep.
So I'm trying to figure out why we would wait on the possibility of a federal SAFER grant, which, have we applied for this before?
We did in 2011 when we were in flux.
Just before we closed them?
Just before we closed them, and we obviously weren't successful there. There was too much complication with, we're not closed yet, but we're thinking about closing them, and we didn't get awarded. And there's no guarantee we get awarded this winter. I mean,
well, I really don't want to be argumentative, but I am really concerned, and I assume you, and I know you are.
I am too.
I know you are, and I know your staff is. You cannot look at that map. You cannot talk about substandard or at least questionable training policies. And then I got to ask myself sort of one final question. Maybe you can answer it for me. What's the day-to-day effect of this on a firefighter? These are professionals who come to work every day for 24 hours, you pointed out. What's that do to their morale, to their professionalism? Watching people up in Tualatin Fire, riding around on motorcycles doing one-on-one life-saving. I mean, how does this all work out for these guys?
I would say, first I would say to the credit of our folks, they've maintained their morale.
Good.
They do a good job for the community. They're committed to delivering the service. I think that's reflective of the ability for us to even maintain the response times with the increasing call volume that we've had the last couple of years. You know, it'd be really easy to close fire stations and have bad morale. I have to say it's testament to their performance that's not the issue. What I will say, though, is what we're doing is not sustainable. Long-term for the training issues, long-term, we're not losing a lot of people. We are seeing some people apply for jobs in other places and leave, and they're going places like Tualatin and Eugene and Clackamas and those types of areas, Vancouver. So we're in competition with those folks to retain good firefighters, and we've lost 3 or 4 in the last year, and I don't want to lose any more. But long-term, if you're stretched thin, and I know they worry about it too. They worry about a long response to a citizen. They worry about, not getting there in time. And if we had more resources, we could affect better outcomes for people. So I think it plays on you a little bit because that's what we do. We're helpers, and we want to save lives in the community. And when you can't do that because of the way the cards are stacked on you, that can be troubling.
The only final comment, Chief, is it's been 5 years. I don't know what a long time is when you've done this now I've watched you do this for 5 years, including close to 2 stations. When do we start agreeing we've hit the end of not sustainable and we've hit critical? And when do we agree that this has gone on in a fashion that really is way too long for the safety of parts of this community? That's the part that I'm starting to really have trouble with this time.
I'm telling you, you're there now. You're there now. You're at a crossroads now.
Right now.
Where you need to decide.
Why wouldn't we make a decision tonight or tomorrow night or next week to resolve at least part of the question immediately with the addition of this ladder company or engine company, rather, sorry.
One option that just occurred to me is, I guess, if you so chose, you could staff a 40-hour engine and you could still have your grant and you could staff another 40-hour engine because we didn't say which engine we were going to staff.
Which 40 hours?
It's a 40-hour
like
resource, so we have
absorb.
2 closed companies right now. So if you added some resource, that may be an option to staff Station 8 40 hours. That's our highest priority for number of calls and the area of community that's most impacted. And if you got the grant, you could staff the other one.
Could staff Station 11. Okay, thank you.
And Chief, the grant would be for 2017, so there isn't a line item in this budget for that money if it comes in?
No, it's federally funded, so the money would come from the federal government. They would.
Right, but in our budget, we have an allocation.
Right.
But it isn't in this one
No,
because it starts
it's
in
not.
2017?
It's not.
Okay. And when would we know about that grant, even if we wouldn't fund it till 2017?
The SCBA grant will be in July, sometime July to September, and the SAFER grants are usually around that time frame, but depending on when you're awarded, I expect 24-hour staffing to be awarded and places that are going to 4-person staffing on engine companies to be awarded first. So there's a period of time where they give awards. So I'm assuming wintertime, 2016.
Okay.
So October, November, we would be notified if we were successful in our grant.
That's fall to me.
Fall, okay, yeah.
Okay. Member Bednarz.
I'll make this quick. 2 things. First, a question, and then where can I find this slide? Somebody might have seen me looking on my phone here a second ago, but I was really looking for is the budget, in the budget, where I could find this particular slide.
The map?
Yeah, the map.
Did we not give handouts?
It's black and white.
Oh,
It's
you
black
want
and
the
white, and
color
it's hard to
one.
read,
Yes.
and the same thing went with the graph that had...
We will make sure you get it emailed to you in color.
Okay, is the public going to be able to get it or not?
I'm sorry?
Public?
We post these on the website, so
Okay,
we
so
can make
that was-
those higher on our website so people can find them.
The other thing, it was just an observation going through. We've increased over the last 2 years almost $2.5 million, actually over the last 3 years, about $2.5 million worth of fund increases. Now we're cutting it by 1.3%, or right in the neighborhood of $344,000. So we were taking quite a hit. The year before, we increased the funding by $2.15 million. And it's just an observation that we've increased the spending, and then this year we've taken a rather dramatic change in the direction of which we've been increasing our spending. In fact, we've actually decreased it. And
Right.
it's...
I think
well,
we're at 100,000 less than last year.
Yeah,
101 or 120 or something like that.
well, according to here, it says 343,000.
Is that right? It may be.
That's what it
It's more than
says
I
on
thought.
page 27.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, it was just an observation that it's quite a cut.
All right, I want to wrap this up, but Member Peterson, do you have a question?
I do. I have a couple questions. First, of course, thank you, Chief, to you and to the firefighters and all of the staff for the fire department, the tremendous work you do day in and day out, night in and night out. And I really appreciate when I've been able to go on ride-alongs. It certainly helped me to understand, even though I'm a firefighter's daughter. But back in those days, it was a lot different. And today, we have to be absolutely better trained and better equipped to meet fire and medical. I'm really puzzled on the medical and wondering if there are things that we might be able to do as education in the community to help reduce the response times and to increase the likelihood of a person recovering. And one thing that occurred to me is, of course, when the call comes in, we don't know how long that person has been without the assistance before the call was made. And so when you talk about response times and you talk about what happens to the brain or the heart in so many minutes, we have to add on to that however many minutes it took for somebody to find their cell phone or for somebody to even be there to know that it was time to call for help.
That's absolutely right.
So we have all these variables to deal with
A lot of variables, that's
all
right.
the time.
Yeah.
Are there things that you found or that the firefighters have found might be helpful if we could educate the public better about how quickly to respond, how to call, what information to have?
We, through the Fire Foundation and all this training we're giving these 8th grade students, one of our goals there is to have 75% of the population in Salem within the next 10 years knowing how to do CPR and how to use an AED. And part of that training includes what to do, when to call 911, those types of things. So we're hoping that, this is really grassroots education. We're just starting. But as we reach out and we get more people in the community trained, and we offer adult CPR classes as well through the fire department the first and third Saturdays of every month. Hoping that education gets out there. A lot of, you're right, if somebody's an unwitnessed arrest and they find them, the likelihood of them surviving is very minimal. If we do have a lot of, however, witnessed arrests where people actually see them go down and they actually start CPR right away, and that's the critical piece of that. If somebody in the north end of town witnesses somebody having an arrest and they can start CPR and get call 911 and start CPR, they're bridging the gap for us, and they're buying us a little time to get there because they're continuing that circulation. And we've had calls in the south into town where the wife did CPR on the husband. Our response time was 7 minutes, which puts you in that category where you should be starting to have brain death. And we've had cardiac saves because people have started that. So we know how important that education component is, and we're going to continue that program through the funding with the Salem Fire Foundation to do that. We would not be able to do that with our general fund dollars. We wouldn't have the staffing to do that, but through that funding, we're able to get out in the community, and that's vitally important. And we're committed to doing that program forever, hopefully, so we can really get that level up. And that'll help us.
Well, that's wonderful. And I do also want to say appreciation, if any of them are here, members of the Fire Foundation. That's been a terrifically important addition for us. I remember 2-3 years ago, there was a person in the fire department that who had their sole job of community education, and I think that position was eliminated.
Yes.
Would that be a position that you would ask that we get back?
With the advent of the Salem Fire Foundation and all the outreach we're having there, we're really using them as that vehicle right now.
Okay.
What I would ask, if I'm asking for dollars right now, I'm asking for fire trucks on the street. We do have a need in our prevention division. We've lost 2 deputy fire marshals. We have 4. We really need 8 to do our job. So we're running half staff there. You can imagine we're doing building plan approvals, and it's getting busier, and there's only 4 of them in the whole city. Training division is short-staffed. We've cut the training division. We've cut admin. We've cut an administrative chief. So we've really cut kind of everywhere, and the last place we cut was the people on the street. that
Right.
really affect the customers. And so we're going to go backwards in order of importance. And for me, it's the people on the street that really have the impact of the community. Not that education doesn't have an impact for the community, but we have another funding source for that now
Good.
through the foundation, which is really quite wonderful.
Good, okay. And my last question has to do with, if we had more medical units, if we had more ambulances, how many more would you, just pretend this is utopia, how many more would you want in order to make an impact on where you see the red? And I know that that map is medical and fire and everything, but if you were just looking at a map of medical, I imagine it looks pretty much the same. Okay?
Yeah.
Then how many more ambulances would we want?
What I would tell you is we have 10 at peak right now in our system, and they're meeting our compliance standard 98 with a 98% approval. So they really are functioning well in the delivery of service now in the community. I won't stand here and tell you that adding an ambulance would not help somewhat. It's not the same as adding a fire truck in a geographic location that's there more and can do dual things, can go to fires and medical runs and car crashes and hazmat calls and all those things. So the way our system is designed right now, we've added, compared to our last provider, we had 8 ambulances at peak. We have 10 at peak now, and so what that means is we have about 2 additional ambulances in the system pretty much all day long than we had before. And I would say that they're performing remarkably well for what we're experiencing now. If we start to see, if we go up 2,000 calls this year, we have things built into the contract where they would look and say, you know, their unit hour utilization for each ambulance is too high. They're not being able to meet their response time standards, and they would add an ambulance at their cost to the system. And so it's kind of built into the system now. But I would tell you we have the right number of ambulances. We just don't have enough depth of coverage on the fire side to cover all the dirt.
Right, I believe what you're saying about the fire trucks, believe me, and the firefighters. I'm just thinking of how to stop the clock.
Right.
And you say that an ambulance does stop the clock if it
Yes.
gets there first.
That's right.
And it just seemed to me, when I look at the map, that if we had more ambulances around the town, we could get those clocks stopped faster.
It will have some impact, and what I can relate to that is 2014. We had Rural Metro for part of the year, and in July we had FALC for the other part of the year. And our response percentage, and all things being equal, we still had 9 engine companies. We had about 1,000 call increase, so that was an impact. We went from 72.7% of meeting the standard to 73%, so 0.3% we went up by adding 2 ambulances to the system. So it does have some impact, but it's not as impactful as adding a 24-hour engine to the system would increase you by 3%. So system-wide. But so it does have an impact. There's also a cost to that, and they've bid our system based on 10 ambulances. And if we were to say we want you to add another 24-hour ambulance, it's $750,000 to do that. So is your return on investment for 0.3% for one ambulance? Is that a value?
Yeah, I get it. So my last question is, we have the equipment that we need if we're able to add firefighters and reopen a station. We have the actual rolling stock, so to speak, and
Yes, ma'am.
equipment and
Yep,
that we need.
we do.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, I was going to close it off, but we have one member who hasn't said anything, so I'm going to give him a moment. Member Hazlitt?
Thank you, Chief. Chief, I have one question. Overtime. Is that the firefighters working overtime, or is that ambulances, or a combination thereof?
Our overtime budget is for our employees, so firefighters, drivers, company officers, battalion chiefs. And that, our overtime is largely a function of minimum staffing. So when we have people calling sick, or we have so many people off on vacation, we budget so many people floaters to cover that. But if we go beyond that, then we have to cover those, so we have a minimum staffing so we can guarantee that our stations are open.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate the grilling you had to take. This is clearly an important issue to this board as well as the entire city.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next agenda item, review of the Cultural and Tourism Fund budget. Chris Snyder.
Good evening, Chair Berger and members of the Budget Committee. My name is Christopher Nider, and I'm the Management Analyst for the Community Development Department and Staff Liaison to the Cultural Tourism Promotion Advisory Board. And tonight, it's my pleasure to present the Cultural and Tourism Fund. This is a proposed budget of $4.8 million, and the fund is supported by a tax, a 9% tax on the transient occupancy. It's called the transient occupancy tax, aka TOT tax, paid by the overnight stays to our travel visitors at our hotels, motels, bed and breakfast establishments. The revenues in this fund go to help promote Salem as a tourist destination in a couple of ways. Funds support the marketing of the convention center and the city's destination marketing organization, Travel Salem, as well as supporting the operations of events offered by our nonprofit cultural and historical facility operators such as Deepwood Museum, Bush House Museum, Willamette Heritage Center, Gilbert House Children's Museum, and the Riverfront Carousel, just to name a few. The city beautification covers the parks in and around our cultural and heritage sites, as well as one-time and limited duration park improvements to projects such as the Minto Brown Island Trail improvements, the Wallace Marine Softball Complex and concession areas, as well as field lights and scoreboard improvements. And as you look over the budget summary, you may notice that the TOT revenues have been increasing nicely over the last 3 years since the end of the recession, mainly due to the increase in the economy. And this is, in fact, the highest it's been in history, and so this makes kind of a tricky part in that we now need to be able to balance between ongoing expenditures and the need for repairs and improvements that have gone unfunded over the last several years to our sports tourism areas such as the Wallace Marine Softball Complex and tennis courts. This budget attempts to do just that by monitoring our ongoing expenses and managing our one-time or limited duration improvement projects that can be adjusted in the future if there are changes to the tax revenues. Additional funding is budgeted for improvements to the trail system this year for the Minto Brown Island and the softball complex. New in this budget this year is the is an additional park improvement projects for city tennis courts, Riverfront Park electrical vault and pathway repairs, and the sprinkler system at the Deepwood Gardens. With the successful winning bid for the USTA tennis tournament by Travel Salem later this year, those repairs will come just in time. We've also added $50,000 for improving city entranceway signs, such as the one similar to the one pictured above. And lastly, looking at the future for culture and heritage, our culture and heritage tourism will continue to be an important part of Salem, and the improvements to our trail systems, tennis courts, and softball complex will help further our sports tourism and help that become a larger role in visitors to our Salem area. The challenges that remain are that of how best to handle funding requests for new or older events that occur throughout the year outside of the Culture and Tourism Promotion Advisory Board's current cycle, and that of the role of for-profit sponsors that make requests to the City of Salem as it becomes bigger and well-known in the tourism industry. Currently, there are no established procedures or guidelines on how best to ensure a level playing field to our current nonprofits and the new coming or emerging event promoters. These are just some of the topics that are being discussed by members of the Culture and Tourism Promotion Advisory Board, and as we focus on making Salem a great place to live and visit. And with that, I will turn the time back over to the chair for any questions that are related to the Culture and Tourism Fund.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to let some members of the public speak before I take questions from the committee, but don't go too far away. It looks like I have several members of the public wishing to speak. Just so you know, you speak right up there where staff was. And there's 3 minutes for an individual and 5 minutes for an individual representing a group where there's several people in the audience. And please don't repeat what someone else has said if possible. And we'll be nice to you when you come up. First person on my list is Scott Snyder. Scott? All right. And you can go to either side, just so you know.
Apologize, it said not operational on the screen there. Good evening, Chair Berger and Budget Committee members. My name is Scott Snyder. I'm the manager for the Grand Hotel here in Salem, 201 Liberty Street Southeast. I'm also the chairperson for the Salem Area Lodging Association, and as already identified, you have a pretty full agenda tonight. And so rather than having all of the members of the Lodging Association that are participating in this presentation coming up and speaking, I'm going to refer you to the letters that were entered into the record. And based on the presentation that Kelly Jacobs made, I'm presuming that it's safe to assume that they have been entered into the record? Okay, thank you. And those letters are all endorsing the Stable Funding Initiative. They're from the Chamber of Commerce, from SALA, from the Travel Salem Board, and from, we have also Oregon Restaurant Lodging Association that is present and ready to speak if asked. We are here to request a revision or increase to the allocation of the TOT funds going to Travel Salem under their contract to that amount, which is equal to 25% of the 2016-2017 budget. In the audience, as well as members of SALA, are several members of the Travel Salem Board of Directors. And although we welcome whatever mechanism the Budget Committee feels is correct, we are proposing that the Budget Committee recommend using a portion of the unappropriated or unallocated fund balance to help bring Travel Salem back to the 25% and not adjust any commitments that have already been made to other recipients. And I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you might have.
We do have a couple questions.
All right.
Member Dickey.
Scott, thanks for coming down. I'm just curious if you have a sense for what other similar organizations to Travel Salem and other communities, how are they funded? Are they funded, through their cities, through the something like a TOT fund? And how do you have an idea of what some other communities do that would be comparable to ours?
I believe it would be safe to presume that all destination marketing organizations are funded in some fashion through a transient occupancy tax. They're not funded through general fund or something that is, but it's a tax that's collected from visitors and then allocated in a way that's similar to what we're requesting for Travel Salem.
Member Dickey?
Thanks. So to follow up, just to understand, so a lot of them already will have like a dedicated percentage, such as what you are requesting. So this is not a new idea. This is kind of a standard that happens in other communities.
Great question. And yes, Travel Salem is essentially the only destination marketing organization in the state of Oregon that is not funded by a dedicated percentage on an annual basis.
Okay. Thank you.
I believe in testimony we received, they list several, including Corvallis, Albany, Grants Pass, Medford, Lane County, that have a dedicated.
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right, Member Bennett?
Thank you. One of the things coming up this year that really helps me move along on this is the a solar eclipse.
Yes.
And I don't know what that's. I was kind of waiting for the 3D show, but apparently these are for something else. But anyway, what's kind of being planned for that? I mean, it strikes me in talking with friends who have traveled to other countries to see this event. We're really going to have quite a show on the ground here as a result of this event occurring here, and us being listed as one of the two best places in Oregon to view the eclipse. I think it's Madras and Salem or something. I mean, that's the kind of information that's starting to get out about this. we're going to have, it would seem, Travel Salem beefed up just to deal with that problem, or that, not problem, the opportunity. I just keep thinking about this 100,000 people looking for a room in the town.
It is definitely,
Airbnb.
yeah, it is definitely causing an incredible interest. My hotel is the largest hotel in Salem, and we already have about 100 wait list reservations, and we haven't even identified what our prices are going to be yet. So there are people scrambling and they don't know how much they're going to pay yet, because we've told them that we would make a commitment by August of 2016 for August of 2017. But I think that in the audience we have Angie Morris from Travel Salem. She could, I don't think she signed up, but she might feel more qualified to answer the question regarding infrastructure or identifying. I know that there's several wineries, destinations that have events planned around it. There's tour groups that are coming. So, but as a hotelier, I know that we're providing rooms. We're, doing our best to make sure that we're tour guides in the sense that helping them, find places that they can view and things like that.
Well, I know that as you look at how to use the funds if they're allocated, the kind of questions I'm getting are, what Salem got planned for this? What will be the great events and things like that in Salem? Where will be the viewing spots?
You're right.
Where will all of the extra stuff going on be for what apparently is a few minutes of darkness?
Right.
But it's a great few minutes.
Yeah.
It's be the best few minutes of darkness we'll have ever seen in Salem. But anyway, it just seems that this is really a timely request relative to that.
And I will say that Travel Salem has been very much in the forefront of coordinating, talking in their sales team meetings, getting people, making them aware. I mean, there is a plan of what other communities have done, and they're not too proud to copy great ideas, and so that's probably the number one benefit, is that it's happened before, and we will be able to take advantage of things that have been very, very successful in other communities. Things like making sure you have enough toilets, you have enough, just things.
All right,
for
I
people
want to
to feel comfortable.
move on to other questions. Do you have any more?
No, thank you.
Okay, Member McCoy.
Hi, Scott. Thanks for coming
Hey,
down.
Steve, thanks.
I go a long way back with this issue in my professional career, and so I'll throw you a softball here. But as a hotelier, longtime hotelier, big hotel downtown, and I'm sure around, what is your opinion on the value and need for a tourism and marketing organization like Travel Salem to be funded for you to put heads in your beds, as they say?
That is a great question, and I do appreciate the softball question. We as hoteliers view the relationship with Travel Salem as things that we cannot do as independents. Whether you're flagged properly or you're independent like ours, they have the ability to think and act so far in the future compared to what we do. They are acting on the behalf of the entire community. So their dollars go much further than one individual property's marketing budget or sales director could touch. They have the ability of really marketing our community, talking about the assets that the community has, the region has, making sure that potential guests understand that Salem is where they need to be to take advantage of Silver Falls, or to go to the beach and come back to Salem and go to the mountains the next day. They, otherwise guests are not going to know about the opportunities that we have available to them.
Thank you. Another question. You're asking for 25% of the allocation, and we'll get to the number. I'll just get to the number so we can understand this. Would be about $170,000 or more increase in the budget than what you've got. Reason being that Travel Salem staff, being good soldiers, took their budgeted 25% of a $3.4 million estimated tot income. It's now at 3.9, and in talking with you guys, you said it's going to be 4.1 or 4.2. So in effect, if we approve the $810,000 moving forward, they're getting about 20% of the tot revenue, even less than that, and you're looking at other municipalities at 30. Now the issue becomes then, the boat's rising with, the tide's rising with everybody, so that income's the same everywhere else. So now we're not competitive with other people we're competing with now. We go to 20 of a bigger number, they go to 30 of a bigger number, and the gap on funding gets this big, and we're now asking these folks to promote the city, bring people in. We're not giving them the tools to do it, and the folks that they're competing with, which is the Eugenes and the Beavertons and Clackamas County and you know, the Coast and Medford, they do have that money. So
Do you have a question?
yeah, I'm making a statement. So my question is, we give you the 25%, you get this extra money, what happens? What are you going to do with it?
That's an outstanding question. I think that if you look at the growth that we've experienced, that we've benefited from the last couple of years, part of it is the economy, but a lot of it is great decisions by Travel Salem to hire a sports marketing person, to have an events destination coordinator, so that they are putting people in the right places to take advantage, help people find us and have things to do when they get here. So, I think that part of Travel Salem's annual report that they did a couple of weeks ago talked about how effective the folks that they've got working for them are and contributing to the TOT. It's really, there is a science to it, and Travel Salem is plugged in to everything that they can possibly do to maximize Salem's exposure.
All right, Member Peterson?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks, Scott, for being here and for always being so well prepared and always communicating so well with us. I really do appreciate that. Of course, we don't have the benefit of having the numbers of the other communities that we've been talking about and comparing ourselves to. What we also don't have are the ordinances or statutes that each one of those cities was able to pass in order to have a top tax. So in effect, it might be nice that others are able to do such and such and have such a certain amount of money or a percentage, but they don't live under the rules that we do.
Sure.
And we don't live under the rules that they do. So I think that needs to be more clearly understood and more clearly spelled out, really. And I'm not saying that to you, Scott. I'm actually saying that to staff. It would be helpful tonight to have more of an explanation of that for the entire budget committee, because they haven't lived with this for 6 years like I have, and they don't know these specific rules and guidelines that govern what we're supposed to do with that money. So that aside, the other thing that I don't know when we compare ourselves with other communities is, do they also have what we have, which is absolutely stellar? And I'm looking right up at Steve Johnson, and that is the Salem Convention Center and the management of the Salem Convention Center, which has made it so very profitable from day one, which is really unheard of in the industry, and we're so proud of that and happy about it. But we do have $298,590 this year proposed for the 16-17 budget for that particular marketing. And I don't know that if we added that number to the number that we do allocate for Travel Salem, if we would be anywhere closer in that kind of 24% percentage, because I haven't run these numbers. But I think that's something else that would be helpful if staff had pointed that out for us, so that we could begin to compare apples with apples. Clearly, I think that the increases in the program that Travel Salem did, and I strongly supported that increase for the sports marketing, been tremendous. The committee that's been put together with the lodging industry and also with the destination, I'm sorry, that's I can't remember what the title is for the other position.
Lourdes.
That's it. And I do think that those have been, strong decisions, and I supported that, and this council supported that. So I'm glad to see that that's still being done. So I just wanted to make a point about that, but I also look at this budget and I'm wondering, do we need more for the convention center? We've not been asked among all of this, but it's just a thought. So, okay.
Thank
I think that's the end. But thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Scott.
And I think that Angie Morris would be happy to assist the city with staff with getting that data and information regarding other destination marketing organizations or funding mechanism things like that. So,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
All right, next up on my list, Linda Beerley.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Linda Beerley. I live in Ward 8. Councilor Lewis is my counselor. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to lobby for parks, as always. And I wanted to tell Councilor Bennett that those people that are coming to look at the eclipse, they're going to be in the parks. So anyway, I wanted, the person that talked to the Salem Parks Foundation about the TOT funds, he said, first of all, he talked about Travel Salem, and he talked about how effective they were, and he talked about the softball tournament and the tennis tournament, and they said, unfortunately, they got out a little bit ahead of the facilities. So all of a sudden, they had these big tournaments coming, and the parks are not in shape to receive them. So he said the TOT funds are kind of like the cavalry. They're coming to the rescue so they can get the facilities fixed up ahead of the tournaments. So my point in all this is parks need a stable funding source. We shouldn't have to have the cavalry riding to the rescue. So every other development that we provide has a systems development charge, and to match that development fee, they also have a wastewater, a water bill. We get a water bill. We get a wastewater. We need a park utility fee or something, you know, some such animal. And so when you come to your policy discussion where you talk about things like that, talk about a stable funding source for parks. I mean, people come to Salem for the parks. They don't come to look at the rundown tennis courts and the undeveloped parks and the shabby facilities and the playground equipment that is unsafe for kids. Parks are a utility. They're not a frill. So we need to put our money where our mouth is. And I support Travel Salem, and I'm grateful for the business that they bring. But, you know, if the parks are in terrible shape, the people won't come back. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, thank you so much. Next up, Betsy Belshaw.
Hi, Betsy Belshaw from the Salem Parks Foundation and Minto Brown Patrol. Bravo for Linda. I have a friend who goes to eclipses all over the world, and he said, get ready, Salem, because they're going to come, and it's going to be incredible. So you better give them a lot of money so they can get organized. And the parks need money because you got a sports marketing person. Our tennis courts aren't in good shape. Our softball stuff is not in good shape. Parks affect everybody, and we've got to have a better funding source than we have now. We can't call on the capital. We've got to have money that is stable for the Parks Foundation and the Minto Brown Park Patrol. And I have one question. When Linda Norris was here, she promised that we would have some kind of police support to help us with the crowds that are going to be coming across the Minto Brown Bridge. She is retired, and I think the promise retired with her. I have tried to get the police department to call. They never get back to me. We have got to deal with that problem. I just want you to know there's going to be trouble.
Yeah, we appreciate that, and it is an item on our wish list, and we've had a lot of discussion on this committee about the opening of that bridge. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's what?
Yep.
But is it dedicated? It's the same thing with the park plan, or is that, the Public Works is
Just-
going to have, is
just
that
a second.
dedicated to parks, or is it just a planner, period? that can
Member
be used for
Peterson,
anything
did you
else?
want to?
Well, I just wanted to help clarify this, and thank you so
Please.
much, Betsy, for being here and for all that you do, and for Linda Byerly as well. You've done so much for the watershed, and then for the Parks Foundation and for the Parks volunteers. So we had a lengthy discussion at one of our earlier budget hearings, and we did put on the wish list an officer dedicated to the Minto Brown Island area
Great.
the park, the bridge, the Peter Courtney Bridge. We also, this year, the city manager's budget does definitely contain 2 additional police officers, which will be stationed in the downtown area.
But is that going, I mean, that's fine, not that we don't need them, but are they going to deal with Minto Brown, or are they going to deal with downtown?
Yes, I believe the intent was about Minto
I
Brown.
think the intent was,
The downtown police presence would include some time, some emphasis on Minto Island Brown Park.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, because you're going to have a bigger homeless problem, you're going to have vandalism, and it's got to be out there.
Right.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's true, absolutely.
We appreciate any help you can give us.
Thank you. We also, by the way, Betsy, had a lengthy discussion about dogs and dogs off leashes. And we did recognize that that's a serious issue as well, and that
It
if we
is.
had a dedicated officer in that park and back and forth on the Minto Brown Island Bridge, on the Peter Courtney Bridge, that would also help establish that presence, and the word would get out pretty quickly that there are fines if dogs are off leash and seen by an officer.
I just
so.
lost another patrol member.
I'm sorry?
I said I just lost another patrol member because people are so nasty.
I'm so
I
sorry.
mean, it's
Yeah.
just ridiculous. They
It
know
is.
they know they're wrong, so they attack my patrol people instead of putting their dogs on the leash. It is a big problem.
It
I've had
is.
3 people, including me, bit. So
Oh, no.
I mean, it's my
Yeah.
dog wouldn't hurt a flea as he's biting the back of my leg.
Oh, I'm so
So,
sorry.
anyway.
I'm so sorry.
Any questions, anybody?
I don't see any. Thank
I
you
don't
so
think
much.
so.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, moving on. Joel, I can't quite read your last name.
I'll figure it out.
Okay, you can, you'll do a much better job than I will.
I've had a lifetime of practice. Good evening, Chair Berger and members of the Salem Budget Committee. My name is Joel Pomerantz, and I work for the Oregon Restaurant and Lodging Association. We wholeheartedly support the stable funding initiative for Travel Salem. I'm going to mention a few reasons for that, and all the reasons we think that providing stable funding for marketing in this area is actually good for the community and not just for a few people or a few hotels. First of all, 25% of TOT is relatively modest. It's in line with many other communities, DMOs, destination marketing organizations around the state. And I know there's some question about what some of those other entities are getting. Travel Medford gets 25% of lodging tax. Washington County gets 33%. Visit Bend gets 30%. Grants Pass Tourism, which does the same job there as Travel Salem does here, receives 30%. And it goes on from there. The trend around the state that we see with destination marketing organizations, and this has been the case for quite a long time, is that they do get a set percentage, so that of TRT or TOT, as you say here, funds on an annual basis, so that they can perform multi-year or implement multi-year plans for marketing. In order for Salem to really make a dent, I think, in the competitive set that is in competition with other communities around Oregon and perhaps other states as well, more and more long-term planning is necessary, and without knowing what your annual budget is, it's very difficult to do that. Another thing to point out, I think, is that it seems that every year when you have staff, city staff, and Travel Salem staff, trying to figure out what dollar amount they're going to get every year is an expenditure of time that maybe could be devoted to more productive uses. So one of the things that we're seeing now in terms of tourism is way up. We all know that in Oregon since the end of the recession. And it also, because of that, communities around the state are competing with each other more and more for the visitor dollar. And again,
in order for those efforts to be more effective, have more of an impact on your community, that is bringing more tourism dollars in, long-range planning is necessary, stable funding, an expected amount, or percentage certainly every year is the wisest use of those expenditures.
Joel, it looks like your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry, sure.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Joel? There is. Member, oh my word. Member Lewis.
No, it's not Lord. Oh. You know, as somebody who's spent 25 years in business doing budgets, why a percentage and not a specific dollar amount? Why is it better to have a percentage than a dollar amount? Because a specific dollar amount, so you could say you had at least predictable funding. I don't know if stable's the right word.
I think one of the reasons for that is that TOT revenues vary every year according to overnight visits. And so when it's a percentage amount, you might say a destination marketing organization's fortunes rise and fall with the market. To have a set amount when, say, there's a lot more visitorship around and you're not then necessarily being able to compete with other communities who are going after the same visitor dollar can be pretty detrimental to the community. Again, the trend is around the state, and I would venture to guess around the country, is with percentages.
Yeah. I thought of one other thing, and that's if I'm on a percentage, if I want to grow, I'm highly motivated. If I'm on a specific dollar amount, I'm more likely to have a situation where I'll plateau out my service. Okay, thanks.
All right, Member Bednarz?
Real quickly, I just thought, you started mentioning percentages of other communities within the state of Oregon. Do you happen to have a list? I mean, that was one of the questions it's in the letter.
The letter there from Travel Salem lists some examples from around the state. The latest study, I believe, that gives you more comprehensive data, is a little bit out of date now. I believe it's a few years old. So I don't know that there's a study that's been done that's really up to date right now, but we can share that with you if you like.
So this is in the additions for tonight? Is that the handout?
Yep.
Must be. Okay, I'll find it, I'll read it, I'll get it.
All right, Member McQuaid?
Hi, Joel. This, it's one of my better hires back in my career days here, is my buddy Joel here. I'm going to me, and let's see if you agree with this, to answer me this question. I look at this as, there's a direct relationship between the efforts of direct marketing organizations and the tourism that comes into town, which fills the bed, which drives the TOT. So when you have a set percentage, is it fair to say you're basically giving them a return on, if there's a return on investment there for the dollars invested, and if they're doing a good job, their revenues are going to go up, but they get 25%, the city gets 75%. Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, Member Gonzalez.
I don't know if this is a question for you, but we're thinking short-term. I'm thinking short-term, mid-term, and long-term. And when I see that through the Sister Cities program, Yamasa, Tokyo International, they were here. They got established first because of this international kind of involvement in travel and outreach, and that's what put us on the map for these organizations to settle here. So can you imagine the return on that, the return on investment with those two entities? So my question is, some of these dollars, some of these efforts, how much of that is in trying to point international traveler, multilingual, because those pay off long term.
So the answer to that can be found in the activities that are done specifically by Travel Oregon, and I think Angie would probably be able to address that. But I can say that one of the partnerships that all the local and regional DMOs in Oregon have is with Travel Oregon, and they do a tremendous amount of international outreach, and their investments have paid off just in very, very well in the state in terms of international travel.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I do not see anyone else on my list signed up for this topic. Is there anyone else who would like to speak from the public on this topic? I don't see any. I'm guessing we're going to have questions from staff, so if staff could come back up. And I'm going to have to start writing a list. And we're going to start with Member Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, after the dollars are all allocated, have we looked at bonding some of this revenue stream for improvements at tennis courts and the ballparks? That we've got a revenue stream going here. Have we looked at all at bonding that and trying to get ahead of what it sounds like happening? What it sounds like is happening is we're selling facilities that are not being modernized, and we're not keeping up with it. Are we saving money to fix them? Are we waiting on a grant? Or are we thinking about possibly bonding some of this tot revenue, which is coming in at a kind of a record clip this year, to begin making that kind of long-term investment so we have that kind of facility, modernized facility, available for people who are marketing it?
In terms of bonding, I'm not too sure that we're working on bonding part of it, but we are looking at using tot monies that are available for those improvements.
But you never have enough money to fix it, do you?
We do have in our 5-year projection, we do have money that's set there aside and identified. In the current budget, we've got $240,000 in addition to $462,000 and $201,000 for those Minto-Bound Island trails improvements, the sports complex, and the tennis courts. So there is money being allocated to make those renovations and improvements to that right now.
It's being saved. Is that what you're saying?
That is actually what's being allocated this year for this next budget cycle.
Will that bring them up to a standard then that allows them to be marketed as aggressively? I'm listening to what Linda Beerley said. I heard they're selling them aggressively and the facilities are not appropriate for what's being sold. They're not good enough.
And at the point in time, yeah, you'd have to speak with parks as far as what there is, where they are on that progressive line. They're currently making those improvements right now as we speak. How much will be done by the end of the fiscal year, I'm not sure.
Well, I'd like to understand kind of what this plan looks like, if you could describe
Sure,
it.
this is on. Yes. Hi, my name's Alicia Blaylock, and I'm the Administration Division Manager in the Public Works Department. Years and years ago, I used to staff the Cultural and Tourism Board like Chris does, but it's been about 10 years since I've been in that game. In the last year, I inherited some responsibilities in recreation services. And so a year ago, we took a look at Travel Salem's doing a great job marketing. They want to have a tennis tournament here in September. How are we going to do that? So we went and we took a look at all of our facilities. We realized that Orchard Heights was in dire straits and there wasn't any way we were going to be able to get that fixed in time. We realized we could fix Bush with operating money this year and hopefully with a grant from the USDA. So we'll get that done this fall in time for that tournament. And then our friends at the Salem-Keizer School District graciously allowed, through the cooperative use agreement, for us to use West Salem High School tennis courts this fall. So that's our plan for this fall, for September, to do this tournament. But we've already had some inquiries about a tournament in 2017. So we're looking at, what do we do next? You know, can we put Woodmansee in the next year and Orchard Heights in the following year? Basically because of budget requirements or limits, you know, we're trying to manage things. But frankly, Orchard Heights is probably a better solution. So we hadn't talked about bonding. We were scrambling to try to address the issue. It's certainly a possibility that we could look into, and that might allow us to do things in a different order, in a different way.
Yeah, I just suggest when you have a revenue stream as stable as tot, that, and a portion of it is dedicated to parks, that at least a portion of that would be used to invigorate the program a little bit. So Linda and Betsy don't have to come in and again and tell us how bad these facilities are. I mean, it's something we know, particularly, I keep thinking of the softball situation. And
Right. Unfortunately, we do have money in for softball. For this year, we're doing scoreboards and the plaza areas. We've repaved some of those and done a lot of the concrete work. And then for next year, we're doing the lights. So those are good improvements for the softball complex to make it, as best we can make a 30-year-old complex for now.
well, the competition gets stiffer every year.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Member Anderson?
Thank you. I want to talk about the TOD allocation, the percentage to Travel Salem. I'm looking in the budget, and I think I'm right, that as I look at the budget on the first page, which is page 151, when it says convention and tourism marketing, and it says proposes $810,850, that's the money that goes to Travel Salem?
Yes.
Okay. Then I look at the percentage, or excuse me, what we think we're getting in from the top funds, which is $3,948,940. I divided that by 4, and I came up with $987,270. So then I subtracted the 810 from the 987, and I came up with 176,000. Warren did the figures too, 420. Am I right with you, Warren?
You are.
So that's the increase that is being asked for. That's what 25% of the tot that we anticipate getting in, and I understand it's hopefully it'll be more. Is that correct so far?
So far, yes.
Okay.
But you need to add for the convention center marketing as well as marketing dollars also going to marketing Salem.
Okay, so some of the convention center.
The next line above that.
Okay, so how much of that?
All of that $300,000.
Okay, so
28. And those two added together, the $298,590 plus the $810,850 equals $1.1 million, and that's a 28%
so
of
they're
the
getting,
revenues.
So right now they're getting more than 25%?
Right now, with the request that we're filling at $810,850, it comes in at about 21% of the tax revenue.
Okay, so
that's projected as an estimate.
Then their suggestion is we take it out of the unappropriated balance, which in their letter was 410,000, but as I look at the budget, I think it's 399,900.
Yes.
So I subtract the 176, which I now know is the wrong figure, but that gives us about $223,000 that would be then unallocated balance.
Yep, and that would then roll forward to the next year, exactly.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, is that too tight of a margin or not?
It gets down there. It is, historically, we like to see it right around that $300,000 unappropriated balance.
Okay, so
and with the $120,000 extra for the contingency that usually is not spent, that's about $500,000.
But if in fact the tot taxes are higher than the $3,948,000, then we're going to have our unappropriated balance will go up.
Correct.
Just like
Yes.
the 25% will go up. And I don't know where I heard this 4.1 figure, but, okay, it came from Steve, and he obviously knows. So that might go a long way to making up that difference where you'd like to get up to the unallocated funds.
That could, yes.
Okay.
Looking at the revenues projections, we're looking at current year, just year to date, through July through February, year over year, we're experiencing about 21% tax revenue increase, which is about $469,000. But of that, new this year is the intermediary collections that we're able to do. We're able to have the Expedia.com and Travelocity and those online booking companies are paying us directly, whereas previously we didn't have that.
So you're getting the money quicker.
We're getting the money for that. We got 280,000 of that so far year to date of that increase, and when you back that out, the year-over-year increase is only about 7%. That's coming from the hotel tax, directly from the hotels and motels.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, Member Bednarz.
So can you help me a little bit? I thought I heard something, and I'm not quite clear, and I want to get a clarification on this. I'm looking at this, the budget, and I'm looking at convention and tourism marketing at $810,000. The $298,000 that's being used for convention center marketing, who controls that money?
That goes to the convention center.
So not Travel Salem?
Not Travel Salem, no.
So, and you were, did I hear it right? You were included in it just because it is promotion?
It is marketing dollars, yes, that the city puts towards marketing.
But again, it's not something that Salem Travel.
It's not something that
Salem
Travel
Travel was
Salem-
talking about the 25%. I think what they're referring to is the 810, not the $298,000 that goes to some other area. That's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
All right, Member McCoy.
So I want to go, and then Warren just hit on what I was going to comment on. Are you telling me then that the way that the convention center staff markets and uses that money is the same way that Travel Salem markets the city? What would the difference be?
Unfortunately, I don't know.
Okay, well, then I think that for you to lump that together and say that then goes together to market the whole community and really the whole region or the area in the county is not accurate. They're marketing a facility. That's fine. It's great. I would love to hear Steve Johnson talk on that since he's got two hats. He's chair of the Travel Salem, asking for added funds, and he's also sort of the guy that oversees the convention center and how that's marketed, and he's here advocating for more funds for Travel Salem, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't see that $297,000 is augmenting what Travel Salem does and the work they do, because to me it's totally good. It's apples and oranges here.
Yep.
But that's my question. Give us some stats or some statistics that 297 is going to market the city as a whole and back up what they do, and I don't think it is. I think it's one-day events and bringing in one-day meetings and dinners and auctions and all the things that fill that place up, but it certainly is not bringing tons of tourists to Salem.
And I was merely answering the mayor's question about that portion of that dollar and what that percentage would equal to.
In my opinion, you made an argument that they're getting 28% of the dollars and they're getting 21, and it's down from 24.7.
And in general, to say is just that that is marketing dollars that the city is spending on marketing the convention center as part of, and I know that they most likely work with Travel Salem, but Travel Salem can discuss that more and provide more information as to how they work with the convention center on booking the convention center for tourism.
All right, further questions of staff? Member Kailovite.
Thank you, Chair Berger. I think I need some education of how Airbnb fits in here. Are they required to pay transient occupancy tax? If so, do they? Do we know what the percentage of compliance is, or is this just a big black void?
Glenn Gross, the Community Development Director, can speak to, if the Budget Committee wishes, speak to the city's current regulations, ordinances regarding Airbnb and BBRO and the other.
Welcome, Glenn.
Thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Budget Committee and Chairman Berger. I have to tell you that as of right now, the City of Salem does not have a regulatory framework that would allow Airbnb to operate in most of the city. And by that I mean in the single-family zones, which would be typically where you'd see an Airbnb operation, such as in a historic neighborhood or in a historic home someplace, or even just a really nice house in a nice neighborhood. That's not to say we don't have Airbnb operations occurring in Salem, and in fact, we are dealing with an enforcement case right now. Mr. Rogers is dealing with that right now. So it may be that going forward, the city and the council in particular would like to explore possibly allowing that kind of operation more extensively in the city, but right now it's very, very limited as far as where it can operate. And I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you have about that.
Member Carlebite?
May I follow up? So the question I have is, we just heard that the biggest hotel in town is already booked out for August of next year. I'm assuming that Airbnb and the like have similar bookings. Is it possible to establish a regulatory framework by then to partake of the funds, or is that too short of a time frame?
I'm sorry, what was the time frame again?
August of next year.
August 21st.
Of 2017? Yes, that would be a possibility, I would think, yes.
It would be a possibility.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Member McCoy.
You know, I'm going to, little talk, I don't know that I even have a question. Chris can explain better, but I'm sure can explain this. You know, I went through this for years. The brick and mortar guys that you see up there that paid their TOT tax on a regular basis, and as faithfully as heck, we're competing with folks like Expedia and all the folks that we just cited who weren't paying it, didn't collect it, weren't going to pay it, and basically refused. And they basically lost some court cases, won some court cases, and it all goes back to how old your TOT statutes, ordinances are, and how the wording is, whether they apply or not, because they're in this internet economy. So could you, Chris, what are they complying now? Are they paying all the time? Are they paying sometimes? Are they all paying? I mean, it's sort of consolidating. It was Expedia, you had 5 or 6, and now it's 2 or 3, but are they paying, all of them paying, or some of them paying?
So right now, the intermediaries are working on, or being in compliance with the ORS state regulations for paying the TOT, and it is occurring on a monthly basis. And so that's why we're seeing an increase, one of the reasons why we're seeing an increase in our revenues.
Is there a way to audit that and know if they're paying the proper amount?
That's more of a finance department.
I'd like to know
but that is, my understanding of it is that those are self-reporting done by the intermediaries as well as the hotels.
And then, by the way, the only reason they're paying it is my association passed a bill about 3 years ago that forced them to do so.
Yeah.
All right, Member Nanke.
Thank you. And actually, that's kind of where I was going to go as well. Sandra Montoya from Finance sits with me on the
Finance Committee.
League Policy Committee on Finance and Taxation, and that's been coming up regularly as well. We're not collecting anything. There's B&B happening, and we're getting nothing really.
Correct.
And then just in with the intermediaries, there's talk from legislation as well to move that to where the operator actually would collect that and pay it rather than having it come through the intermediary as well. So looking at different ways, since rather than us going to try to find somebody who's made this long-term or long roundabout agreement to have someone stay at the convention center, hotel, or what have you. We know who's actually staying at the hotel, so how do you factor that money in and get it to the right people, and then it just comes in as part of the occupancy load, which we all know what that is on a regular basis as well. But what my original question was going to be, the league has got LOC data up now, which is a way to compare all the cities in Oregon. Have we answered any questionnaires in regards to TOT dollars, practices? Because if not, we have our board meeting on Friday, and they can just add that in, send a questionnaire to all the cities, because everyone in the state of the 242, there's actually very few that have a local TOT.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So, I mean, it should be relatively easy to collect that data on an annual basis, so it's always up to date. Because we always get these questions, well, how does that compare with everyone? And that's something that the league could do easily for all the cities that are probably asking the same question during their budget sessions as we are.
I actually believe that the League of Oregon Cities does have a spreadsheet that shows the transient occupancy tax being collected in all of the different cities throughout Oregon. I was looking at it the other day.
Some criteria and questions that we had, we could actually just have them send that out as a questionnaire to pull up more information as well.
Yeah. Member Bennett.
Thank you. I just just for my own edification, took a look at the Airbnb app, and there are 217 units listed in Salem. I recognize on the first page 5 of them. I mean, it just... Yeah, it was kind of a shock. I was trying to figure out who that was in the back room, but...
All right.
What are you doing?
Member Dickey?
Oh, I had exactly the same comment as
You wanted to know how many Member Bennett owns of those? All right. Member Benjamin?
Can you speak a little bit on to how, with these TOT funds coming in, that I know that they were very specific on what they could be allocated for, and I don't remember, was it said that it has to be done in a percentage or an amount, or what I'm trying to get at is I think there was 3 different branches where this money could go. And if that's the case, and it seems that instead of trying to have somebody allocate X amount of dollars here and X amount there as it ebbs and flows, just put a percentage on it and just let the cards fall where they may. In good times, bad times, it sounds like it, if I'm not mistaken, 25% is like from here on out. You know, we're not asking for more or less, it's just, we're gonna hit it right at 25 instead of, well, we need some more money for software update, or we need some more money for this or that. It's like, hey, there's 25, and let us work within that framework, be it good times or bad times. So I just need to find out a little bit more about when it was passed, about the TOT funds and where it was supposed to be allocated. Was there a provision in there or wording that says it has to be X amount of dollars?
And to help me understand a little bit more about what you're looking for, in the sense of the historical, when the tax was first passed for the city, was, I believe, 1974.
I believe Kelly Jacobs may have some of that history, having worked previously with the.
And the last time it was increased was from 6% to 9% in 1999, I think, if I remember correct. Originally for the purpose of helping retrofit the city's owned cultural heritage buildings, such as Deepwood, Bush House, Riverfront Carousel, and some of the A.C. Gilbert houses over there, to get them up, retrofitted and in shape for being able to be a tourist place.
Budget Officer Jacobs, do you know, I believe there are specific categories where this has to fall.
Yeah.
Can you let me know what those
Charter
are?
Section 56 would be there's 4 items that the TOT monies can be used for. The first one is urban beautification. Generally, there's entranceways that are both pedestrian as well as vehicular entranceways to the city. Third is for operation of major tourist attractions and cultural facilities, which is where our Deepwood and Bush House and the other facility operators fall under. And then the fourth one category is for contracts with the city or a vendor that goes to market, promote the city as a tourist destination. It's for convention centers, conferences, seminars, et cetera.
Right, and that was it.
And that was it.
And then, so that, as that money comes in, it's kind of allocated, I'm guessing, by budget analysts and the city manager. Okay, we're gonna do X amount over here for Travel Salem, X amount for parks, X amount for this, and it can go up and down and left and right, even though you have a great season of TOT funds coming in. You know, there's no real sideboards on that for the other entities that are competing for this money.
Yeah, we try and, as much as possible, provide a stable funding amount on a yearly, annual basis. I mean, even if you take a look at, in front of you, Travel Salem has their budget on there, and it has some history of how much they were funded over the last 5 years. And it historically has been around $550,000. There was 1 year in which it was less than that, but that also happened to be corresponding with a downturn in the economy, fewer revenues. But since that time, we've tried to make or match any requests for funding that's come through. In fact, this last time, we typically have a 5-year chart for the fund itself trying to forecast, what will happen in the next 5 years as far as revenues and expenditures. And we build into that model, a percentage increase year over year for that. And this last budget go-around, it was less than what Travel Salem was requesting. And we actually went ahead and updated that amount and brought it up to the $810,000 that's currently in the budget to match what Travel Salem was requesting back in December.
Thank you.
All right, Member McQuaid.
Moving on to something else. Operating grants. You've got a whole list of, my voice is so loud. I'll use my inside voice. A variety of services here, and I noticed that every one of them is down. Now, they're not down a lot, but they're not asking for a lot, and I suspect some of these groups, if there's $3,000, is a lot of money for the Willamette Heritage Center, and I'm just wondering how that, how do you arrive at a number, and they're all consistently down, and so it's $20,000 to them over the balance.
Good question. This is actually one of the easier parts to discuss and allocate. City Council has a policy, C1, that allocates for this particular portion of the budget, the major tourist attraction and cultural facilities. The three portions are for operating grants, special events, and capital improvements. There's actually a percentage funding. In there, it states that council is required that they fund 60% goes towards facility operators, which is that first piece there. A minimum of 30% can go towards special events and projects, and then a maximum of 10% goes towards capital improvement projects. And so with this budget as it's put together, it meets that requirement of a 60-30-10 split, and the funding is based on the amount of applications that are received in a year, that are scored by the Cultural Tourism Promotion Advisory 8-man board at the time that scored those applications. And based on their scoring rubric, the average score had to be above 75 points to receive recommendation for funding.
In any of those categories?
In any of those categories.
Okay.
Actually, all of those categories.
And so there was less money in there, and that's why it dropped?
And so there were fewer applications, fewer fewer dollars.
Had to cut the pie up a little.
Had to cut the pie up.
Thanks.
All right, Member Peterson.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Chris, you've just given part of the answer to a question that I had, and that is, I remembered that there were percentages that were prescribed, and you say that was set by, by council policy.
City council policy, yep.
And I think this question might actually be for Kelly Jacobs. What exactly is the wording that determines how the rest of these funds are to be allocated between the entranceways and the parks and everything else?
I'm sorry, Mayor Peterson, or Member Peterson, I do not have the Chapter 56 of the Salem City Charter with me, but there is nothing in the city charter that actually prescribes a dollar or percent allocation. In the charter, there is no percentage allocation.
Okay, so it's our council policy.
That is, and actually previously, years ago, there were percentage allocations, and those were in Salem Revised Code 37, which is the code that sort of manages the, basically it manages the TOT. It established the tax and how we collect the tax, and that SRC was used to allocate percentages for various things that you see represented in the budget. So it's not in the charter, it's in the code. It was previously in the code. It is no longer in the code.
Do you have any recollection as to how that was eliminated from the code, or why?
There was a sunset, basically. It was date limited, and so at the end of that period, it was no longer utilized in the code. We did not have the percentage allocations after that.
So then, since the city manager administers this fund per the direction of council.
That's correct.
Then it's really up to the city manager and the council to decide between those, is it 4 different categories that you were describing?
In the code, I mean, I beg your pardon, in the charter, yes. There are basically 4 areas in the charter that Mr. Nider described. And yes, it is up to the city manager to make a recommendation, and then this budget committee to further a recommendation, and the council to decide how those dollars are spent.
Right, okay. And so my understanding also from discussion with City Manager Steve Powers is that if this budget committee were to make a recommendation regarding funding, it would only apply to the 16-17 budget.
That is
That's the only
correct.
thing that we, as a budget committee, have authority for.
That is correct.
A further question having to do with permanent establishment of a percentage, for instance, would be a council decision.
It is a policy question.
Policy question, and that would come to the city council. So tonight, all we're talking about is the actual 16-17 budget. Just want to be sure everybody's clear on that as well.
All right, any other questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you very much. And the next item is the Salem Public Library budget, and I apologize to everyone who's here for that, but I'm going to take a 5-minute break. So thank you. We'll be back in 5. The next item on our agenda is the library budget. And from staff, we have Julie Souls.
Good evening, Chair Berger, Mayor Peterson, and the Budget Committee. I'm Julie Souls, and I'm the Salem Public Library Administrator. And it's my privilege to present to you the proposed budget for fiscal year 2016-17. Staffed with 44.7 FTE, Salem Public Library's mission is to serve its community by promoting and providing opportunities for the following: full and equal access to information and ideas, the love of reading, the joy of learning, and engaging with the arts and sciences in a safe and comfortable environment. To help meet the needs of our community, the library's proposed budget is $4.68 million, which enables us to be open to the public at the main library for 53 hours a week, including Sundays year-round, and retain the 16 hours a week at the West Salem branch. This slide speaks to some of the library's primary functions. As an essential contributor to the livability of our community, Salem Public Library must serve as a primary resource for information, education, and entertainment, as well as a community center for all residents. The library employs an array of outreach strategies to effect a stronger connection with the community, including the cultivation of mutually beneficial partnerships, frequent visits to off-site locations to participate in fairs and events, and promotional opportunities to inform users and potential users about library services. In conjunction with active outreach, the library also offers targeted services to address the increasing diversity of the community. The revitalization of the facility continues to be a primary focus of the library's 3 support boards and staff. Through a collaborative purchase with the city's HR department, the library's meeting rooms have recently received an infusion of updated, comfortable seating, and new tables will be arriving before the end of the fiscal year. A comprehensive room relabeling project supplied the main library facility with signs that feature raised text and Braille. Additionally, new wayfinding signs are currently being installed, providing the building with a more cohesive look and feel through the use of standardized language, images, fonts, and color schemes. These changes bring us into compliance with current ADA regulations. The library's social media committee has spent the last year focusing and expanding interactions with our online communities using Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Our engaging programs continue to reflect the community's diversity. The library offers a wide spectrum of educational, entertainment, and cultural programs for children, teens, and adults. Using collection analysis tools like Collection HQ, as well as online purchase request forms, the library has become increasingly responsive to customer needs and interests, allowing us to make data-driven decisions to provide relevant collections that better serve our community. This next slide highlights a few significant changes that were experienced by the library during fiscal year 2015-16. Last summer, the Willamette Valley Genealogical Society lost its home at the Oregon State Library. So in August, the library partnered with WVGS to allow them to continue to share their special collection and research expertise with the community. This service has been a catalyst for attracting new library users. Since August, the WVGS volunteers have provided over 2,000 hours of specialized genealogical research assistance to the Salem community. Our position vacancies continue to be rigorously reviewed against our outstanding service needs. As a result, multiple positions have been realigned to provide additional support for the library's computer center. The community's need for digital device education and support continues to increase. The library has created greater efficiencies within the Technical Services Division after conducting a comprehensive evaluation and revision of materials processing policies and practices, and within the Circulation Services Division through a staff work area shelving conversion project. To further advance our goal to be the community's living room, a conversion of a storage area on the library's main floor will create a comfortable, welcoming reading room with shelving for current magazine issues. This renovation is taking place through the support of private donations to the Salem Public Library Foundation. The library will also be partnering with other city departments in fiscal year 2017 to replace the sound and projection infrastructure in the Anderson meeting rooms. The library will continue to explore opportunities to expand outreach strategies to create stronger community connections with a particular focus on our underserved populations. The Salem Public Library Foundation is funding the city's first Community Reads program. This event, currently titled Salem Reads, One Book, One Community, will bring the community of Salem together during the month of February in 2017 through the reading and discussion of a common book. The library is constantly seeking more efficient ways to help users, to handle library materials, and to reallocate staff in more efficient ways. CCRLS, the Regional Library Consortium, will be moving forward with their plan to implement radio frequency identification, or RFID technology. This technology will create efficiencies for library customers when checking materials out, for staff when checking materials back in, and to provide enhanced security for library materials. Cost estimates associated with this project are being finalized during the next few months. While CCRLS will be paying for many portions of the project, member libraries will be expected to pay for security gates and self-check machines. We will be consulting with RFID experts to determine estimates of our system-related expenses. System transition work will begin in fiscal year 2017, with plans for the new system to go live in 2018. And finally, our ebook collection. Salem residents currently have access to the statewide program that provides ebooks to check out. We are finalizing an RFP to locate a vendor who can provide a customized ebook collection that better meets our community's needs. This new enhanced service will be limited to Salem cardholders, will decrease wait times for popular titles, and will expand the breadth of our overall ebook collection. This concludes the presentation of the Salem Public Library proposed budget, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Before we take questions, I have a few people from the public signed up to speak. As before, each member of the public is given 3 minutes to speak unless they're representing a group with several people here, and then you get 5 minutes. So please identify yourself with a group if you are. And the first one I have is Dylan, and I believe it's Peck.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here to give kind of a more personal perspective on why I think that you should approve the budget that's been proposed by Julie for the next fiscal year as is. I'm a second-generation library person. My mother, when she was a child, read every single book in the fiction collection of the library that was close to her home. And I'm not exaggerating, every single book. And she passed that love of libraries on to me. I'm kind of an anomaly because I am a library person, definitely. I work at Willamette University's Hatfield Library as a circulation staff supervisor. I'm the vice president of the Friends of the Salem Public Library, and I just enrolled in a master's program to hopefully become a librarian sometime around 2020. But in addition to being a library person, I'm also a capital M millennial. And we're kind of thought of as post-librarian people by most. And I'm here to tell you that's not the case. The services that Julie outlined here are services that apply to everyone in our community, and Salem Public Library does a great job of that. In addition to providing the kind of dusty tome in the corner and a quiet place to read that most people think of when they think of libraries, they provide the safe space that many families who don't have that kind of safe space at home, they provide that in a free way to the public. And Salem Public Library has that service for children, for adults, and for anyone in our community that is interested in being a part of a safe space that is free to the public. And as a kind of community center, they also offer the services of a coordinator of, I guess, knowledge creation in our community in a way that's free to the public. I'm privileged to be a part of a university, but the access to information that we provide is only for the privileged few, whereas Salem Public Library provides that to everyone. And I've been lucky enough to see that kind of knowledge creation happen firsthand in Salem Public Library, where that little piece that's way out on the edge of obscurity that you're not going to find with a Google search is found in the stacks, on the shelves, in the library, or in the ebook collection. And that access is given freely, and that kind of knowledge is passed on to the next generation, even after us millennials. And people that wouldn't have had that get that. So this money is going to our community directly, and the people that need it are counting on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Member Lewis.
I'm going to ask you a millennium question, I guess, if that's the right way. Because I happen to have two myself, and their education source is the tablets that they have glued to their hands. And although when they were young, we got them library cards and they used them to some extent, they do not use them now. So do you think you represent a majority of your age group, or are you a tie back to...
Am I a Luddite? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I don't think so. And part of your question is actually something I want to address, and that's that not every kid has a tablet. That's kind of a stereotype of millennials, is that we're all glued to our phones, we're all glued to our computers, and not everyone's lucky enough to have access to those, or the education on how to use them, even if they do. So the library provides that education, they provide that access, and that's unique.
Member Bednars?
Are you a student at Willamette?
I was. I graduated in 2014.
So go Bearcats. At least you have two of them in the room on the council. That's not what I wanted to... My comment was this. You mentioned several times, used the word free several times, and I just wanted to comment to say that the library isn't free. In fact, we have a $4.7 million budget that we have to wrestle with. It's free to the user who walks through the door, but it's like, you know, free parking and a few other things. Somebody has to pay for it somewhere along the way, and the library is one of those places where we have to take some dollars and spend it. I want to dispel the nomer that it's free. Well, it's free to the user, but not to the taxpayer.
True, and I'm not naive enough to think that buildings like the building we're in appear out of nowhere. But I guess my point is that to the user, that's free, and they don't have access to other avenues toward the kinds of things that I talked about earlier, like access to the internet, access to knowledge that's denied them in other places. So that $4 million that is a cost to the community is paid back more than fully by the benefits you get.
I appreciate your comment. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, Member Bailey.
No, never mind.
All right. Thank you so much, Dylan. Appreciate it. All right. Next up, Carol Mitchell.
Hello again. I think we do this every couple of years. I'm the chair of the Library Advisory Board, and he didn't mention it, but Dylan is representing the Friends of the Library tonight. The library now provides 24/7 access from anywhere to information, education, and entertainment, yet it's still a place where people gather to create and share, to discuss, to learn together, According to the Pew Research Center, 4 in 10 adults in America now get news from Facebook and 1 in 10 from Twitter. Among millennials, Facebook is far and away the most common source for news about government and politics. So you're on Facebook. The Salem Public Library is putting electronic access and online resources in the reach of ever more residents. The library actively promotes its website, email, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Pinterest accounts. That provides a wide range of platforms. The icons are shown on the website, the newsletter, in emails, and now even on the library doors. Those icons connect to news, information about events, databases, downloadable books. Free books are especially important to people who cannot afford them on their own or who don't visit the library regularly in person. With new QR codes that can be scanned with a phone, there's even more access. So your millennials can use their phones now to connect with the library. Individuals, families, and businesses can connect with information they want whenever they want, if they have access and tools. The library bridges a digital divide. I saw a recent study that said 15% of the U.S. population doesn't have access to the internet. Another 25% doesn't have access to a computer. The library provides those computers, which are essential now for job searches, employment applications, and applying for services. And there's Wi-Fi and quiet workspace, as Dylan said, safe space, if you want to work on your own device. Librarians are there to help people navigate the ever-growing number of online resources as well as find the most reliable source of information. As Abraham Lincoln said, don't believe everything you read on the internet. The library provides a place where teens create and share videos and poetry. They write novels, they collaborate on class projects, they make things using creative circuits. Musicians perform in the auditorium, the ukulele club practices, book clubs meet, Spanish and English language learners get help. The library is basically Salem's living room, its resource center, and its community hub. Thank you for your continuing support of this invaluable resource.
Questions? Member Dickey.
Thank you. Not a question, but just a quick comment. One, thank you so much for your service on the library board. And just, I have just noticed over the last several months, just an increased presence on my Facebook feed. I see library posting a lot, and I think it's just a great way to interact with people who are using electronic media for just to get, like you said, get their news or get entertainment, whatever it is that they're doing. And I know I've mentioned this before, but I really appreciate that ebook collection. I mean, it's like Christmas when I go on there. I just love it, and it's just a fantastic way to be able to provide books to, you know, people who are using ebooks now. And so I appreciate just the way the library over the years, the last 7 years I've been here, just the changes that I've seen and how the library has just done such a fantastic job of adapting to our changing culture. So I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you so much.
All right, any other questions? I actually have one. I brought out my book from last year, Climbed in the Attic, and it looks to me like we're cutting a couple staff here and cutting the overall dollars budget from last year. And I'm wondering if that was talked about by the Library Advisory Board and if they're in support of this current budget, even with that cut in staff.
Are you still beating your wife? That's a rhetorical answer. It's difficult to answer that question. We support the current library budget, understanding the needs that you face. We've heard from the fire chief earlier. We know you hear from the police department. We are supportive of the current budget. Julie and her staff have made great adjustments to spread resources wherever they can and to be more efficient. We would love to have more hours at West Salem. We would love to be open more hours here, for example, on Monday. We would like to add to the electronic collection, but we support the budget as it is, and we appreciate the difficult job you have in balancing all the needs this city has.
All right, thank you. Member Lewis.
Yeah, I noticed in the budget that the hours of the main library are increasing, not with Salem. When, if ever, would you think it would be better to have one main library that's open all the time and really state-of-the-art, as opposed to trying to run multiple libraries? Especially when we are looking at, as you've mentioned, the consideration of the budget. When would that become, if ever, feasible?
That is a theoretical question that perhaps the staff should address. I know that we have a lot of people who value the West Salem branch because there are a number of retired people over there or people without transportation who can get to the West Salem branch without having to go downtown. And it is a great convenience for them. We would love to have a mobile branch, a book vending machine in Northeast Salem to serve more people. We are using electronic methods to make the collection accessible to more people, even if they can't get downtown. We have, as you all know, limited transit service in Salem, especially on weekends when families would like to get downtown. So we've used other methods to make the collection available to people with the millennials and their cell phones and people with their computers to access the free books that you mentioned, databases, language learning tapes, anything that they need from the library. Much of that can be accessed online. I can't answer the question about having one state-of-the-art library as Salem continues to grow. People love having neighborhood libraries, and I would defer probably to Julie on that.
All right. We'll be asking her questions a little later. I think Member Peterson has a question for you, though.
Thank you. Actually, a comment. I want to thank you so much, Carol, for your service. You've just been an exemplary leader of the Library Advisory Board, and I also want to call out Sam Hall, who also has done. Are you going to be speaking in a minute? Oh, I should have looked at the list. Okay. Thank you for the updates that you've been giving to council. I find them very helpful. Helps us to engage a little more with the library than sometimes we get a chance to, so I appreciate that. And I just really want to ask you to forward on to the Friends of the Library and the Library Foundation also our really sincere appreciation for the funding that they provide and the contributions that they are able to help be a conduit to for the city. So thank you so much for that. The library is a crucial information point, and it's also an access point. I think probably many people think of, when they think of the city of Salem, they think of the library, and I know that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. All right, next up is Sam Hall, who was well introduced by the mayor.
Yes. Good evening, all. I'm Sam Hall, and I want first to speak as the president of the Salem Public Library Foundation. And first thing I can say, since Carol did such a wonderful job, praise her a little as an individual and as a leader of the Library Advisory Board. I was on the board many years ago, and she has been an exemplar in her service in the last couple of years. It's been a great pleasure to work with her. And I will essentially repeat what she said. The foundation supports the current budget proposal. It's not all that nice. It'd be nice if it could be more, but we think it is a fair proposal from staff, and we support it. I think we can all smile at ourselves, praise ourselves. A year ago, when I was here and made the pitch, I believe it was the mayor asked me, well, Sam, if you had more money, what would you do? And I looked at the then library director and see if I dare say what I thought. And I said, well, maybe some more hours. And the budget committee came through with more hours, and they are now continuing them. And that's good because they have been a great success. People do come to the library Sunday afternoons in the summer. It is a valuable addition, and I'm very pleased with it. So I think I'll stop that with my hat on as the Library Foundation president and speak a little bit more as an individual. As an individual, I and my family and my friends continue to use the services of the library as those services have evolved. I've just finishing several years on the State Library Board. I was disappointed when the legislature instructed the State Library to get rid of the genealogical service at the State Library. In retrospect, I say, well, too bad, State, because we've got it now as a valuable addition to what we're doing. And if you like to Google things in a spare moment, Google Dr. J.N. Smith, former director of the Fairview Training Center. I have his umbrella. I'm looking for his kin. They are helpful. But on a more serious note, and going back many years, I know you understand this, and it's not the current budget that I'm speaking to, it's the bigger picture. Folks, there's just not enough money. You know that. You look at the fire department, you say they deserve a couple more crews out there on the streets. And you look at the police, and you say, well, they need some more. The library could use a little more also. Something has to change structurally. And I will quit because it's red. But thank you again.
All right, looks like we have some questions. Member Bednarz.
At break, you and I had an opportunity to speak a little bit, and I want to speak at this point to the Sunday hours. Last year in this budget committee, we approved opening the library on Sunday only for the summer. Somehow it stretched in, but I know that at this point, this budget here is approving keeping the library open year-round on Sunday.
It was open other than Sundays, other than summers before. We added summers, and that has been a great plus.
The other thing about this, that we had a conversation of the library is a lot more than just simply books. We talked about it as for the homeless, where the vestibules are open hours before and hours after the library actually is open and closed. It's a place that people can cool off or warm up depending on the weather. So it's much more. I appreciate the time and effort that you have put into it and understand. I wish we could, well, we'll have some more questions, I suspect, so about trying to get it open on Monday. Anyway.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Thank you so much. All right, that's all I had on my list. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak on this topic? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? Looks like there are a few. Member Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going to share with you briefly there are no complaints about anything at the library except the magazine table. I just thought I'd bring it up for you to just, so you didn't get out of here without hearing about the magazine table. That's the one I hear most commonly about, which amazes me, but it is certainly something I know the public, if you're able to ever bring it back, the public really like that. So just so you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Lewis.
I'm curious what it would cost to increase the hours of the West Salem Library by 4 hours a week and by 8 hours a week. Do you have
Okay.
those figures?
I don't, but we could study those and bring them back.
Okay. Thank you.
I will say that it cost about $2,200. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's our summer Sundays, about $2,200. But we'd have to study that and bring it back. But we'd be happy to do that.
Going back to my last year's book, West Salem Library used to cost around $76,000, $78,000. Now this budget will only cost $28,000. How is that done?
So what you're seeing there is operational costs that doesn't have personnel in it. We're actually pulling personnel out of the main library to staff West Salem. So we don't have dedicated West Salem staff.
So operational meaning it's getting cheaper to turn on the lights and that kind of stuff?
So that's things like adding new materials to the new books and to the collection to expand the collection, because we keep that fresh with popular materials. But it's bare bones services over there. We don't have children's programming. We don't have reference services. It's primarily circulation that's going on out of there.
Okay, so I'm concerned with that number. If that's the case, I'm concerned that the city maybe intentionally or unintentionally, is not putting value into West Salem. They may be keeping it up the same hours, but if you aren't making investments in new material and new books for that branch.
We are making investments. That's what that money represents, that $27,000 that you just referred to.
Okay, but
The $27,920 is for new materials at the branch.
Okay, but the year before it was 78,000. I know you weren't
Seasonal,
here.
yeah. So it includes the personnel. It's the seasonal that you're seeing from the previous year. It's no longer, if you look at the grid, I think it's on page 53 possibly, where we talk about programs and we see West Salem branch, you'll see the staff just has nothing. So the staff amount is no longer being allocated in that program. It's because we're pulling staff, seasonal staff, out of the main library to staff West Salem.
Okay, so you're not actually reducing the investment, you are just shifting that budget item.
It's getting tracked differently.
Okay.
But it is still there.
So the
We
cost
haven't
of running
diminished
West Salem
staffing.
is not $27,000.
That's
That's a
correct.
pretty affordable 16 hours.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Member Bednarz.
So anticipation of this evening's conversation, Julie, I met with Julie a couple of weeks ago. We had a nice conversation about many different things, that services of the library and costs and such. And my question kind of comes back to, I asked you a question of, could the library be open on Monday? If so, how much would it cost? And your answer back to me, if I remember correctly, it's not quite that easy. First, you didn't have the number, but it says it's just not quite that easy because of labor. Can you, first off, do you have the number? And then secondly, could you walk me through why it's difficult and what you would have to do as a library?
Sure. So the answer is no, we don't have a number tonight. That's something we'd have to study and get back to you. And it is something we've been pulling since our conversation to see what it would be. It's more complicated than adding the 4 additional hours that we added last year for the summer Sundays, because we were able to do that by using seasonal staff. So we brought in seasonal staff throughout the week to supplement having regular staff come in on Sundays to be open for 4 hours. A whole new service day is a whole different kind of study that we would need to do, because that also would include programming. We would want to have preschool story times and top times going on, and all those programs that we have on a normal business day. We have that really scaled back on our Sundays because we're only open for 4 hours. So that's why it's very different.
At some point, I might, well, I'll just say it. I would like to know the number. I'd like to at least get a ballpark figure and figure where it would fit into the budget of everything.
We'd be happy to bring that for you.
Thank you.
All right, Member Hazlitt.
2 questions. One is, how many volunteers do you actually have work at the library?
What a great question. We currently, I have a little cheat sheet. I anticipated that question. We currently have 361 volunteers who contribute over 22,000 hours. And when we do the number crunching on that, that equates to almost 11 full-time employees.
All right. Now, Friends of the Bookstore. Friends of the Bookstore, normally for a nominal fee, I go in there and get a book, 50 cents, $1, or whatever. Where does that money go?
It comes back to the library. We submit a budget to them annually and tell them how we're going to spend that money. So the Friends of the Library fund almost completely all of the programs that we do. All those special music programs and author events that come in are funded primarily by the foundation and the Friends.
And what's the normal annual the intake they get in funds from people buying books?
You know, I don't have their budget numbers. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Right. And I had one other person ask me the other night, said, on libraries, said the library is not free because they had to pay for parking.
Mm-hmm.
And for a family, let's say with little kids and everything like that, and taking the kids to the library, I don't know if anybody's taking their young kids to the library, you don't get them out of there within an hour. But yeah, they would like to see free parking.
All right, any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, looks like we have time. We're moving on to our next topic, Community Development Department budget. And we have Glenn Gross. Welcome, Glenn.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Berger and members of the Budget Committee. I am Glenn Gross, and I'm the Community Development Director, and it is truly my pleasure to present the budget for fiscal year 2016-17 as proposed. First, though, I'd like to point out people that are here to help me tonight. Brady Rogers, the Neighborhood Enhancement Administrator. Behind him, Lisa Anderson-Ogilvie, Planning Administrator. Chris Snyder, Management Analyst. And way in the back is Rabi Tamerhulet, the Building and Safety Administrator. Our budget is part general fund and part enterprise fund. And so we'll talk about the general fund part first. It supports two divisions, the Neighborhood Enhancement Division and the Planning Division. This slide shows the combined budgets and the combined employee allocations for the two divisions. Each one represents about half of that total. Both divisions face the challenge of rising demands for service and limited available resources. I believe both are very capable of meeting this challenge, and that's because I know a secret. And I'm going to share that with you before this presentation is over. Much of our effort is spent administering and enforcing the Unified Development Code, or UDC as we call it. The provisions of the UDC maintain and enhance growth and stability of the built environment. These important provisions include zoning and land division ordinances, signs, parking, tree preservation, historic resource preservation. In addition, to prepare for the future, the planning staff performs critical long-range planning projects. Several important studies are underway right now. They are addressing needed housing. There's a plan ongoing for the State Street corridor. A joint plan has just started for the Nesca and Lansing neighborhood associations. The Neighborhood Partnership Program is really a jewel. It's a great example of how our department engages and involves the public to enhance livability in the city. Last year, this program used $5,600 in public funds, and with the hard work of Jessica and her volunteers, they were able to generate over $270,000 of donations. To me, that's mind-boggling. The multi-unit inspection program is a really key way that we ensure safe housing and livable neighborhoods. We periodically inspect over 20,000 units to ensure fire and life safety codes are met. Our code compliance officers group receives about 5,000 code violation complaints a year. Given the volume of that and the limited number of our officers, we have to prioritize how we respond to those in terms of the severity of the complaint. Responding to lower priority cases, such as signs in a right-of-way, that's a challenge. We propose to add a code compliance officer to be funded in part by transferring funds from the Building and Safety Division in recognition of the support that the compliance team provides to the building inspection staff. This addition will enhance our ability to respond to those lower priority cases. The neighborhood services staff is starting a pilot project to provide assistance to selected neighborhoods to help them build their capacity and be more self-supporting. Now, I know there's some interest in reestablishing an annual mail-out that would promote each of our 18 neighborhood associations, as we have done in the past. We've done an estimate of the costs to do this, and we calculate it would be somewhere between $40,000 and $65,000, depending on the format and the content. The cost would include materials, staff, and postage. Finally, the increasing number of land use applications, I think we've got to that point. The fire chief talked about a crossroads. Well, I think we're at a crossroads there, and we are in the process of filling a vacant planner position that we've had open for some time now to respond to that. That slide should have been up there as I was talking just now, so just ignore that. Moving forward, keeping up with workload will continue to be a challenge. I think automation will be part of the solution, and I'll talk more about that in just a minute. Our one focus areas will be staffing of that multi-unit inspection program. Now, we know our city needs more multifamily housing to meet the growing demands of our population. But as we add those homes, then we're going to put more stress on the multi-unit inspection program. So we're going to have to figure out, moving forward, we're going to have to figure out alternatives to our current way of doing that program, and we'll be working on that. Finally, we'll continue to explore opportunities to update portions of the comprehensive plan, just as we have been doing, in order to enhance our ability to meet the challenges of growth. Now, for the Building and Safety Fund, which is the enterprise fund portion of the budget. And the good news here is this fund is very healthy, and I think the outlook for future growth and development is bright right now. Among the other important functions, this division coordinates the review and issuance of building permits in a very timely fashion. The Permit Application Center has recently been remodeled, and now we can better serve our customers and meet ADA requirements. Our building program is an important component of making Salem more competitive from an economic development perspective. We now offer electronic plan review, thus streamlining the permitting process and allowing staff to be more efficient. We now provide a project coordinator service to large projects free of charge. Not free, but free of charge. We now provide same-day plan review for small commercial projects such as interior remodels. Looking forward, we are prepared for the future. We are preparing for the future by enhancing our ability to serve the public better and in a more efficient manner. We will improve our plan review and inspection staff office space to allow for more efficient procedures, minimize injuries, and increase productivity. Our existing permitting software is now over 11 years old, and it's time to start thinking about a replacement or an upgrade to that system. So to begin this process, we are proposing to establish a capital reserve fund to eventually pay for this new software. Another, I think, exciting and cool thing that our staff has thought of is we're going to develop resource guides for homeowners to retrofit their houses for seismic strengthening. Our plan is to develop instructions and graphics for various types of older homes in order to allow the homeowner to choose the right set for their house and to do the work without need of professional help. The permit fee will be very affordable, and we plan on doing over-the-counter or same-day permitting for this. Our goal, we have a very ambitious goal. We want to be paperless. We want to have a paperless plan review system to accommodate all types of plan review in the next 3 to 4 years. So what is that secret that I mentioned earlier? We have engaged employees. We will meet the challenge of the future because our staff is empowered and they're motivated to continuously find new and better ways of doing our job. E-plan review, same-day permitting, neighborhood grants to build capacity, finding a way to add a code compliance officer, engaging neighbors to participate in neighborhood plan updates are some of the things our employees have created or perfected to deliver more and better service. And with that, I will open it up to the public and your questions.
Thank you. We do have someone signed up under this, Evan White.
Good evening. I'm Evan White, Land Use Chair of the Sunny Slope Neighborhood Association, and also a member of the Land Use Network, which is an informal group of former and current neighborhood land use chairs. We've met over the past year to discuss the Unified Development Code bucket list, and we find that it's often difficult to recommend changes without knowing where we want to go. We've recently seen a report called Salem 2025. Mayor Peterson, Councilors Bennett, McCoy, and Dickey were among those who were interviewed. The report doesn't say who paid for it or talk about our crippled urban transit system. Nevertheless, everyone I know who's read the report agrees that it's a great report. The report says that Salem is immediately adjacent to a beautiful waterfront and has a great stock of historic buildings. However, as a city, Salem has not lived up to its potential. Decisions have often been made ad hoc and not based upon an overarching vision. The problem is a lack of leadership and vision. There's a theory called the tragedy of the commons to describe a shared resource system where individuals acting in their own self-interest behave contrary to the common good. I have thought about illustrating that theory by going around town and taking pictures of the dirty dozen of Salem city planning. The Salem 2025 report has before and after pictures of Chattanooga, which I visited several years ago on a trip to see my son, who's in the Army. He said, "Dad, you have to go and see Chattanooga." And so I did. I took the bus downtown on the weekend, and as I walked around, I said, "Wow, this is a place that really got its act together. Too bad something like that hasn't happened in Salem." Well, maybe something could happen here if there is a will to make it happen. Salem competes with other cities for resources and residents. The budget shows that there are only 2.8 FTE in the planning department engaged in long-range planning, mostly doing stuff mandated by state law and updating neighborhood plans. We need some extra folks who can paint on a larger canvas. We recommend that the Budget Committee add 2 additional positions for long-range planning, which would cost about $320,000, and it would be an investment in our future. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for staying with us so late. I really do appreciate that, and we really appreciate members of the public coming and talking to us. Are there any questions? Yes, Member Anderson.
Thank you for coming down for your pretty much weekly visit, Evan. How'd you come at the number of the 2 positions as opposed to 1 or 3 or 5?
It's just my guesstimate of what would be needed, or our collective guesstimate. You know, the Lone Ranger has never accomplished too much. When you have 2 people each feeding off each other, I think they can do terrific things.
All right, any other questions? Thank you so much. Any questions of staff? We have some, so if Glenn, you could come up, starting with Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Glenn, I'm interested in how, remind me and maybe everyone else on this committee, how the community development operations funded out of the general fund relate to the urban development tasks and program and budget that are also under the same program fund, general fund. How do you relate to the urban development portion that's in a separate budget item back here, a separate, okay?
Right. Well, the Urban Development Department and the Community Development Department do work from time, very often, closely together on various initiatives or problems or opportunities.
Are they housed in the same office?
No,
Same organizational
they're
structure?
actually located in the Chemeketa Parkade building. I think exclusively, right? And then we're, of course, in the Civic Center building.
So why is that? I mean, it seems like we're talking urban development, community development.
Well,
This
it's
is
a matter of space.
historical artifact?
Yeah, it's just a matter of space availability. I don't know if Casey wants to weigh in on that, but there's only so much space in the Civic Center.
Well, I understand that, but it seems like, and full disclosure, my bias is 30 years of doing land use planning and that kind of thing for state and local agencies. It just
That's
seems
not a
like,
bias. I think that's
well,
good.
I mean, it's what I bring to the table. So I'm wondering, what's our ability to bring those two together as maybe to do the kinds of things that we just heard about, some long-range planning?
Well, we do collaborate extensely. If you're asking about an organizational structure, I'm sure there's all kinds of ways to organize a city. That would be a way, and I'm sure there are benefits to that. But that's not how we're organized today, and I can tell you that we do work well together, in my opinion, at least.
All right, Member Kylevite.
Thank you, Chair Berger. I have a question that is sort of touches on the letter that was submitted by the Grand Neighborhood. That's my neighborhood, and
Yes.
I live right next to the draft of this letter. I wanted to ask, and I know this has come up in previous years, but I can't remember what the answer was. We were talking occasionally about having notifications maybe printed on the backside of billings that already go out to citizens. What was the reasoning that we don't do that?
Well, I'm going to give Brady Rogers an opportunity to come up and speak to that, because I know he wants to.
Good evening, Chair Berger and Budget Committee members. My name is Brady Rogers. I am your Neighborhood Enhancement Division Administrator. One of the reasons we weren't able to engage neighborhood associations themselves in billings is that it was impossible to, the borders that are neighborhoods, we couldn't really coordinate with the billing that went out. Some of them, different times, different areas, and we couldn't effectively insert just the neighborhood association information in the bills that only went to those areas. Does that make sense?
So you're speaking past tense. Is it possible now?
I don't believe it is, no. We can check on it, but I don't believe it's possible. We looked into some of this not too long ago because staff had the idea of like a bookmark, and some neighborhoods were thinking about doing it and others weren't. And even a standard bookmark, they could not differentiate between neighborhoods in terms of when they go out in the billing.
Because it seems like with modern technology, it would be possible to know exactly which address is in what neighborhood association, right? Like the ballots that come out in a couple of days, they know exactly what district I live in and who my candidates are. And it seems like there should be technology that would allow us to take advantage of a letter that already goes out, of an envelope that's already paid for, and maybe even a blank space that's on the back side of a billing.
Yeah. It seems like it would be. Likely it is possible. I don't know if we have the technology or not. We can check and get back to you.
That's right. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Member Dickey.
Thank you. Brady, don't sit down. Question for you. So we received a letter regarding the liaison program for the neighborhood associations, and I remember when we cut that due to funding. If I recall from when we had that program, it was the staff volunteered their time to attend neighborhood associations. They would listen to comments, questions, concerns, bring them back, and help get things resolved and answers. So could you just explain like how much that program cost and the cost of running that program? Because given that staff was volunteering their time, I know there's still a cost associated. Nothing is free. So could you kind of explain that and what the cost of that program is?
Well, thank you. That's a great question. The cost was not the demise of the liaison program for neighborhoods. Overall, 2001, 2010, 2011, we started flattening the organization. Now, we always sent managers. They were volunteers because they were management people, salaried people, and they did volunteer and they did go out on their own time. So that part of the cost of the program was nothing. But when we flattened the organization, we literally ran out of people that we could put into these positions of supporting the neighborhoods. Some neighborhoods had great liaisons and were still willing to go out, but those that lost some due to retirement or for some other reason, a layoff, it was very, very difficult, if not impossible, to replace them. So not being able to provide liaisons for everybody led to letting it all go. Now, the cost of the liaisons themselves was literally nothing. They were volunteers. However, our neighborhood services staff had to provide them with materials. We had to have meetings. It was probably like 0.1, 0.2 FTE to support the liaisons themselves that were doing this work.
Great, thanks. That helps a lot because for some reason I thought it was because of cost. So I'd be happy to take that back to my neighborhood association and explain to them. So I appreciate the explanation. And then just kind of on a related note to the previous question, in terms of finding people, finding neighborhoods, whether, you know, we're mailing things to neighborhoods, I really do hope technology has increased. I mean, when I became involved in my neighborhood association, it was completely by accident, and part of our neighborhood was new construction, and whoever was doing our maps didn't even have a lot of my neighborhood on the map. And I literally was driving around, writing down addresses and sending them to Annie Bate, saying, here's another one, here's another one. So I hope that in the last 10 years or so, technology has expanded to where we know where people are, we know what neighborhood they live in, and you know, if we're able to provide alternative, additional communications, which it sounds like there's some ideas floating around out there to do that. I hope we're able to capture everyone, especially because as I drive around town, I see there's lots of new construction happening, and so we want to make sure we capture all of those people that will be new residents, maybe of Salem.
And yes, I think you should be reassured that technology has improved greatly, and we do know where those people are now.
All right, Member Peterson.
Oh, that was fast. Thank you. My question probably is for Glenn, or perhaps it's for Casey Duncan, who is right now our acting city manager. I like seeing you over there again. Thank you for being here. I'm aware that when people come in for permits and for other services, there are often fees that they pay. So those fees offset some of the work that's done. How can we tell by looking at these budget pages that we've been provided how much money comes in, where that money goes, and then how does that help with the general fund that provides the funding for your department?
Okay, let me give you the 30,000-foot answer, and then if you need more detail, Chris can come up here and help.
Oh, okay.
But in general, the Building and Safety Fund is 100% supported by fees and licenses. That's why it's an enterprise fund. Doesn't need any general fund support at all. Doesn't take any general fund support at all.
So is that represented in this book?
That's why it's under an enterprise fund, the general fund.
It's in a
the
different,
Building and Safety Fund.
It's in a different section.
Yeah, yes.
But they are the people that you supervise and plan with, et cetera.
And
Is that
Rabi
right?
supervises them. He's the building official, yes.
Right, but it's under your department?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I see. Okay, where do we find the enterprise fund in this notebook?
175. The enterprise fund that he's talking about is the Building and Safety Fund on 175.
175, okay.
If I may, it shows that they have a proposed income of $8.3 million and expenditures of 4.6, so obviously it's got more money coming in than it has
Yeah,
going out.
that's actually the total resource available, which includes the ending fund balance.
Oh, true, I see that, correct.
And they're
But-
required.
So,
I guess if you stay doing something here long enough, you figure it out. Maybe this is my 6th year. I just haven't really realized
that's
how
okay.
this is not in the same area
yeah,
in the budget.
It's the enterprise fund portion of the community development department, and then the general fund portion supports planning and neighborhood enhancement. So planning, the neighborhood enhancement division is partially funded by inspection fees that they get for doing the multi-unit inspection program.
Uh-huh.
But the majority of that division is supported by general fund. The planning division is general fund. However, we have a goal, a plan to have land use application fees support at least 50% of the cost to process those land use application fees. And we are on a yearly increase of those fees that we worked out with our stakeholders about 3 years ago. We're in the 3rd year, ramping those fees up to get to that 50% cost recovery. And we are getting very close now to achieving that.
I see, okay. Well, that's helpful. I just don't understand why somehow it can't all be shown together so that when you come to present your budget, we can understand how much you need to do what you're doing or how much more we need to find if we want you to do something more of what you're doing.
Well, you don't need to find any money for the Building and Safety Division, I can tell you that, because they're doing well. They're fine. The Planning and the Neighborhood Enhancement Division, if you would want to increase their funding, that's the general fund portion, and that's located in one section of Book 1. Right?
So I guess I'm going to say we've known how overly taxed our code enforcement officers have been.
Yes.
And I'm so pleased to see in the budget that we're adding a code enforcement
Yes.
officer. Is that right?
We are too,
Okay.
yes, we're thrilled about that.
And so what fund does that come from? I think it says in here something, it's a combination.
It's a
or shift.
combination. Yeah, what we're doing is we're transferring a good amount of money from the Building and Safety Fund, and we can do that because the code compliance officers support the building and safety staff
I
doing
read that.
inspections for them.
Yeah.
The rest of the money, we're going to dedicate the money that we would normally use for seasonal help for grass and weeds. We're using that money to augment the building and safety money to make up enough for a full-time code compliance officer.
Okay. And do we need more code compliance officers?
We
Could
do.
we use
of
more?
course, yeah, of course.
Okay.
We're 2 code compliance officers down from where we were prior to the Great Recession and the layoffs that ensued after that. And of course, our workload hasn't decreased, if anything, it's increased. What our staff does, what Brady and his staff do, is prioritize their work so that they address the most severe things first, then they take on the other things. And what we could do is a better job, a more timely job of responding to what we call the lower priority complaints.
Those are probably often the ones that we hear about from people throughout the community. So, you know, I think our code compliance officers do a bang-up job.
Thank
you. I really feel like that might be something we should look at. If not now, we should look at as we move forward. So, okay, thanks for explaining to me these different parts.
All right, Member Lewis.
Glenn, I want to take a moment and thank you and your staff again. When it was and you mentioned 3 years ago, I think it was maybe 4 years ago, where we first sat down with the home builders, talked about recovering that 50%, and the response from the home builders was, yeah, when we build something, we'll give it to you.
Yes.
But I appreciate the city's willingness to be patient and step by step get to that point, and it looks like we're going to get there.
Yep.
My question is, and I'm not suggesting this, I'm just asking. There was a package of 4 housing bills passed, and the governor signed them. One of them was Senate Bill 1533, which provides cities the option, but not requirement, to create a dedicated revenue source for affordable housing. Basically, it's a charge on construction. I'm curious whether you have had conversations yet with the local home builders about that idea, and if not, are you interested in doing that?
We have not had those discussions. That might be something that we should at least talk about. There are requirements that go along with that funding source that we'd want to study, I think, a little bit more, so we made sure we thoroughly understood it. But I would just say if the home builders were open to having a discussion about it, I certainly would be open to having a discussion about it.
Well, I'm going to say they are, because they're one of the major proponents of the bill. Thanks.
All right, Member Bailey. Nope, okay. Member Bednarz.
For the sake of the one individual who came down here and stayed to 9:40 or 9:30-ish to testify, can you speak a little bit about the long-range planning? I see the support staff is broken in two between current and long-range. What do those people do, and do we need more employees in those areas?
I'll answer the last question first. We need more people if we're going to update the comprehensive plan in a holistic manner. The last time that was done was 1977, I think. It's very much something that would be a great thing if Salem could do that. We haven't been able to do that since I've worked here because of lack of funding. What we do, however, with our 2.8 FTEs is a number of important long-range planning projects. We created the Unified Development Code, which was a tremendous improvement over the previous code and has made all kinds of great improvements to process and timeliness and accuracy and so forth. We have been able to do 2 neighborhood plan projects now, which if you can't do a citywide comprehensive plan, doing a neighborhood plan update or creating one that hasn't been done before is a great alternative. It was just the other night, you might recall, we had a zone change on the city council agenda as an information item. There was a major zone change in southeast Salem for a commercial at the I-5 interchange, and I think it was Councilor Nanke that pointed out that there was no one complaining about it, no one seemed to be concerned about it, and he, I think, quite accurately pinpointed the reason for that was because it had been looked at and dealt with as part of that Morningside neighborhood plan. So I do think it pays off greatly to do those plans. But if I had my way.
Well, that was the next question. If you had 2 more people, where would they be better suited within the division?
Certainly, if it were the will of the city council to update the comprehensive plan, that would be a great thing in my opinion. And I think two FTEs would probably. Additional FTEs would probably do it. I think Evan's number might be a little high. I would put it more at $225,000. But yes, that would be great.
Well, the flip side of this was priorities. So I'm wondering if magic wand kind of time, if you had 2 extra employees, would they be better suited in a different area, a code enforcement, plans examination, or more efficiency for this community getting things done?
Well, that's a hard question.
It's a hard question. It takes some time to answer.
Yeah, and I guess tonight, right now, off the top of my head, I would say we've got one additional code compliance officer in this budget. That's great. We're going to be able to do a better job there. If we had an opportunity to engage the public in what they think Salem should look like over the next 10 to 20 years, if we could have an opportunity to engage this not my generation, but the younger generation that's going to be here in 10 to 20 years and raise families, if we had an opportunity to engage them about what they think this city should be like, that's where I would put my money, and that would be updating the comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
About 3 years ago, we were in the library, but this committee heard a presentation about raising the building and safety fees quite dramatically, because at the time, I believe there was no building going on, and that specific fund was suffering dramatically. Now with building, that fund seems to be quite healthy. Has there been any discussion of reducing those fees?
No, we have some of the lowest fees in Oregon and certainly in the Valley. I'll let Rabi come up and talk to that if he wants, but I think it's important to understand that we have a healthy fund, but I don't think we have too much money in that ending fund balance. We have to remember that we have to have a contingency fund, and we also have to make sure that we have enough money to pay for staff if there's a dramatic downturn in the economy that happens suddenly. Because the way it works is we collect the permit fees before construction happens, and then we have to continually inspect as that construction proceeds. So we have to pay for staff well beyond after we've collected the fees. So we need to make sure we have enough money to carry on for 6 months, or at least 6 months if there's a downturn. The other thing is, actually, if you look at the trend in the ending fund balance, it has been going up, but with the starting this year, with our plans for a capital reserve fund, our contingency fund, our projected costs for staff, the ending fund balance will start to go down. So I think we're about right where we should be, really.
Okay. Another question. The fire chief mentioned that the fire marshal staff was low on staff.
Yes.
Are you finding that slowing up the building permit process? Because I know they have a role.
They have an important role, and from time to time, we don't meet our targets, our performance timeline targets, because they're just not able to meet their part of the project. That's not that's not always, but it does occur from time to time. If they had additional staff, I'm sure that would help.
Are they able to be funded through the building and safety funds, similar to the? I mean, their role is inspecting plans.
You might as well come up. You haven't had a chance to talk tonight.
Chair, member of the committee, my name is Rubai Tamar Hulet. I am the Building and Safety Administrator. The work that the fire department are doing is related to the fire code, and it cannot be funded by a building permit. So they collect the fire life safety and fire review fee for their work.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any more questions. Does anyone? Oh, yes. Member Peterson.
All right, I'm still puzzling over the budget.
That's what we're here to do.
Oh, thank you. I know everyone is puzzling over the budget tonight. So help me understand this. If I were to add together the Community Development Department budget that's on pages 15, 16, and 17, and add in the Building and Safety budget that's on page 175, would I then have the total cost of our Community Development Department.
Yes.
So if I add those two together, and I haven't done this yet, but add those two together, and the revenue that Building and Safety receives, if I'm reading correctly on page 175, is $8,343,910 is the estimated revenue that will come in for these different fees and permits and intergovernmental and interest.
Yeah.
So then does that money stay in the budget for the Community Development Department?
It does. I see Kelly standing up, so maybe
I
she
see
wants to help me
Kelly,
with this.
yes, Kelly.
Mayor, part of that explanation that was given to me was there's a beginning working capital balance in that $8 million. That's what was explained to me. So it's not truly what's money's coming in.
Well, I think it's really important to understand, too, that the building and safety, the permit revenues can only be used for permit services, for the inspection services and the services relative to how those revenues were derived. So that's why they're kept separate in this separate fund, the Building and Safety Fund.
And is that a council policy?
That is state law.
State law, okay,
Yes.
that's helpful. Okay. So we could, in effect, but we can spend that money on anything that has to do with building and safety.
Yes. And that is what this budget is proposing, particularly with the reserve set aside for a new permitting software system.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It just looks to me like perhaps there's a little more money in that budget than is being allocated. I mean, even considering that we've got to have a certain percentage for carryover.
Sure. And there is a council policy, though, Mayor, and I can't recall the number of it, but
C10.
thank you. And it does prescribe how the fund balance in the Building and Safety Fund, it should be allocated, and there is that stabilization for in case we have a downturn in the economy and we need to retain staff. There's a capital component of it. So that's where you see us reserving the funds for the software replacement. We're trying to manage within the council policy in regard to how we allocate these resources. We're not trying, we are managing within the council policy.
Right,
And how,
right. Well, to me, it would be really helpful if this was all sort of diagrammed so that we could understand, indeed, where the money is, what it's going for, what it's in reserve for, so that we could get a feel, so that I could get a feel for whether we're moving forward with this and taking care of the needs and the future needs, or if this is going to be another one of the departments, unfortunately, like so many others, police and fire and library, where we're going to have to start figuring out how to do a better job of providing services, and we're going to have to go out and find those resources.
yes.
So I'm
I
wondering,
agree.
is this a department that has financial need?
In terms of the building and safety portion of it, as Director Gross noted, that fund is very stable, very healthy, it's fine. Any general fund service, I think at this point, we can say that we will have challenges going forward in terms of funding. Any general fund service.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I hope I haven't caused other people to be antsy with me slowing down this process, but I really wanted to try to understand. And when we're going out and talking with people about fees and permits, et cetera, we have to be able to explain to them how that money is used and where it is on the books. Thanks.
Glenn, the 50% recovery rate on land use, was
Yes.
that a council goal, or was that just an internal discussion?
That was a council approval. We went to the finance committee first, and then we went to the full council after we had met with the stakeholders and gotten agreements.
All right. I don't see any more questions. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
We do have just a few items left, and I'm guessing we have some discussion on goal setting and policy discussion. The problem is we're running up against our time, so we can either table that discussion for the next meeting, or I'll entertain a motion to extend the meeting for an additional 30 minutes. Feel free to discuss. Member Bednarz?
I just have a question. Do we not have an extra meeting scheduled that we can fold into if we have to on the timeline?
I do not believe so, but let's
We actually do not. For the last 2 years, we've incorporated that alternate meeting as part of our regular meeting schedule so that we would have ample time to have these conversations.
Then the flip of that, is there time to have another meeting before we have to adopt?
It would have to occur, obviously, in May, and this body would still need a meeting where you would provide your recommendation to the council, and sometimes those meetings are a little time-intensive, because that's when you make have your deliberation about the wish list and make your decisions about the wish list. We would, if we decided to add a meeting, we would have to notice it in the newspaper as well.
Yeah, but that's fairly standard from everything. Okay.
Budget Officer, our final meeting where we're going to make a recommendation, we have nothing else on that agenda other than that discussion, correct?
That is correct. There are a number of reports, though, and things that the committee has to get through. I need this committee to actually do some very formal things. So it's very important that we reserve the time to do those very formal things like...
Wait, you need us to do something?
Yeah.
Man. Whoa.
Particularly around the property tax levy. Very important that we get through that process.
All right, Member Anderson?
I move we extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Second. Can we extend it 15 minutes, or does it have to be 30 minutes?
8 minutes.
I think 15 minutes is fine. I don't think it's a violation of your procedures. I think you're fine.
All right. I have a motion. Did I have a second? Second. Had a second by Member Bennett. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. All right. Motion passes with one dissent. All right. Moving on to goal setting and policy discussion. Any members? Member Dickey.
This is time for wish list?
Yes. This is the time.
Okay, so I've got a motion. I move to add to the wish list the cost around $1.3 million to fully staff Fire Station 8.
I'll second that because I also wanted to do the same thing.
All right. We have a motion by Member Dickey and a second by Member Bednarz.
Can I
Please
address?
discuss them.
All right, thank you. So this was difficult. I came here tonight first thinking that I would request to add to the wish list the amount associated to open that station for 40 hours. And the more I listened to the discussion tonight, and the more I realized we are in a critical situation where we need to do something with our fire service, I feel like putting this full amount on the wish list will allow this body to have a really good, robust discussion of the issue. And I think making that a lesser amount may not allow for that discussion to happen. I know we had a lot of questions tonight. We got a lot of information from the fire chief. And I think that, we are ready to have a really good discussion. And so that is my reason for asking for this amount. There may be I know there's going to be some really good discussion, more questions, great input from this group. And so I'm really looking forward to that discussion. We're in a critical situation. People in my ward have literally lost their lives because we don't have a fire station. And I think that we need to find a way to address this issue. So again, I won't go into it any more than that, but I would appreciate supporting at least putting this on the wish list.
Member Bednarz?
So first off, if I understood what I heard from the chief, Niblock, was it's $1.7 million for the first fire station to be open and 1.3 for the second one to be open because there's labor that has to go between the two, and that's why it's so much more expensive. I would really like to support the 40-hour a week at least, and that may be where we end up with this whole thing as opposed to. But I think, having been through this process, keeping the wish list, we can always come back. We always have, and we've always discussed it. This whole thing may come off. It may go to 40 hours. It may also have both the fire stations in that request. But so I'm going to support the motion for now and know that we're going to have a discussion about this down the road. But it is 1.7 for one. Okay, let me just make that clear.
Member Bennett?
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion too, just for the broader discussion. But I think if you listened, I thought listening carefully to what the chief said, we probably will pare that back in order to be eligible for the federal grant that was referenced, the SAFER grant. So I think it's good, though, to get a chance to have a full discussion. We have one obligation, that's the health, safety, and welfare of the community, and we're not meeting it in this area. So I think we really ought to proceed.
I'll support the motion for the discussion. I would like us to consider opening that up a little bit, because although it makes sense to me to open Station 8, there may be some reason to open Station 11. And so maybe as we're having this discussion later, I don't want to tie the fire chief's hands. If it makes more sense to have those resources somewhere else, I hate to bind them to that. Member Peterson.
McCoy had his hand up first.
Member McCoy?
Yeah. Making up for
I
past
support this
sin.
measure. I would have, this motion, I would have made the same motion if my hand got up first. You know, you look at what we're here to do. We're here, to me, if you ask the public, and I learned this going door to door, what do they value most? Public safety services. There's a reason they're taking up over 50% of the budget in their costs. And when you look at the, that map that the chief put up there, we're not doing that. We're not even close to doing that. And we can talk about all these other things on the wish list, but public safety, in my mind, comes first, and then you get the infrastructure and public works and all the other things. That's what we're here to do, and make sure the city runs properly. We're not close to it. And as far as I'm concerned, forget the wish list. Let's put the 1.3 or 4 or 5 or what it is, figure out how we can pay for that. Because I've got a ward where basically 3/4 of my ward, anybody has a life-threatening emergency is probably not going to make it. It's all red. There's only 3 green quarter squares in my whole ward, and they're right on Kubler, so they must be able to get there quicker. I don't know, but it's a big deal. And if opening that allows for better service in my ward and a safer. Or better chance for living in case of a life-threatening emergency, then that's what I'm here to do, and that's what I'm here to advocate for.
Member Peterson?
I'll support the motion as well. And what I'd like to request would be that the fire chief come back to us either anytime between now and the time that we have to make some final decisions with a strategy that would show us if a station were reopened, then this would happen. I'd like to know how that would affect the rest of the city and how that would impact the department. Would the hiring be successfully done in this budget time, this coming budget time? Do we have vacancies now? I'd like to know that. How many vacancies do we have? And how you would, in other words, staff up if we said at the end of this budget cycle, let's get that station open. The one thing I don't want to do is to allocate resources to positions and then come back later and find out, Chuck Bennett is nodding his head, find out later that those positions weren't filled. We've been down that road. And so I just really would like to have that kind of a report from the chief. I'd like the chief to tell us where he would put the engines and where he would put the men and women of the fire service. Okay.
All right. Member Anderson?
Well, due to the late hour, I'm ready to call the question. I think we've all discussed this, and we might as well vote it now, because all we're doing is saying we'll discuss it some other time. So I don't know how much we need to say what's going to happen. So I call the question.
Are there any other discussion?
Yeah.
Yep. Member Bailey's next.
Just quickly, I would also expect that the city manager and staff would be able to tell us approximately where this additional cost is going to come from. Be prepared to do that, because this is a major hit. But we're talking about rearranging some priorities in the city, and it would be nice to have some ideas at the time.
Member Benjamin.
I remember the chief mentioning going out for a grant, and we'd know more about that later on in the winter. I'm just trying to make sure that what you're asking is that to start now, open up a fire station, and then also go after the grant to open the second one. Is that what we're doing here?
Member Dickey.
Because if we start ramping up now, opening up a fire station, then when they go to try to go for the grant, well, now we're on the hook for 2.
You're right.
And I don't know, it might be a little premature to go ahead and open up 2 right away, whereas we're waiting for a grant, so I just.
That's why we'll have the discussion.
Okay.
All right. There's been a motion to fully fund Fire Station 8 by Member Dickey, seconded by Member Bendars. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Seeing none, the motion passes. Just to. I don't think he was voting no. Were you voting no?
No, I'm just.
Okay. He's just checking on going next. And to clarify, that was to add that to the wish list. Correct. Member Lewis.
Actually, I raised my hand too soon, so never mind.
Okay. Member Anderson.
I move that we add to the wish list allocating 25%, a set percentage of the annual collections of the tot fee to Travel Salem, and that be taken out of the unappropriated balance in the budget.
Second. We have a motion from Member Anderson, a second from Member Bednarz, who's seconding everything these days. Member
Not
Anderson?
just these days.
Any discussion?
He's not here.
You know, again, we're getting late. I think we've had a pretty good discussion from the folks at Travel Salem, and to me, it's very vital. And I think the problem with the unappropriated balance, that might go away because we're anticipating more tot funds than we have built into the budget.
All right. Any questions or discussion on the motion?
That's not a wish list, that is.
It is, no, it's a wish list. It's a wish list.
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion is to, can you repeat your motion, Member Anderson?
You know, now that I think about that, Councilor Nanke is saying, you know, none of this is any additional money, so I don't know that it's a wish list because we're not adding to the budget.
It is the wish list.
Okay.
Yeah, it is the
Okay,
wish
well,
list,
then
'cause
let's just leave it on the wish list, that's fine. At some point,
Right.
we'll look at it otherwise.
It's a wish list item to change the allocation in the budget. All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No,
One no.
simply because I believe strongly it's a city council policy issue. It's come to us through the back door this year, this way, but I don't approve of that method. And when city council is responsible for a policy, the city council should be the body to deal with a policy question. And I recognize it's up to the budget committee for this year, but I'm not in favor of this process.
All right. Further discussion? Any? Oh, Member Bennett.
Yes, I'm not sure how to do this exactly because I really don't have an exact dollar figure. I'm looking at last year's budget, but I move to restore open hours at the West Salem Branch Library from 16 to 31.
Second.
We have a motion from Member Bennett. The second came from Member Lewis. Is that correct, Member Lewis?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, it's an opportunity to have a really good discussion in the future on the need for enhanced West Salem Branch Library services that were cut during the recession. The recession at some point is over. And so I'm just asking if we could talk about the West Salem Library being one of those services that were cut on the west side. Right now, we're not talking about their fire station formally, and we will, I think, before it's over, but I think in this case, this is an extraordinarily popular branch. It had some excellent services. It served a population that has that is a lot of retirees and others. It just was a really great program.
All right, any discussion? Member McCoy?
I guess my question here is what the cost is going to be. I was a little disappointed in seeing $27,000 for the cost with no labor, no anything else involved in it. I thought that was sort of, to me, a little misleading. In fact, I think it is misleading. So if we're going to open it for more hours, then I'd like to see really what it cost us in terms of labor and expenses and everything else, and get a real figure there, and not some, we're giving them materials, and it's not free. If it's free, then let's open it for the whole week. And
Yeah,
just
no,
pay
it's
them
not
more
free.
material.
I just don't know how much it is, and I don't want to guess. I'd rather let the library administrator tell us what it's going to cost, what she recommends. So I left it open. I just left it open.
All right, any discussion on the motion? Member Nanki?
Just real quick, sounds like we're going to have a lot of discussions on the very last day because it's going to take them that long to get us the information, and then to sideline that, as far as the city manager coming back with offsetting funds to potentially do anything, you're going to run out of time.
Well,
and we're scheduled to have several reports May 4th, correct? The week before. Okay, Member Anderson?
Well, I agree with Member Nanki, and just, that was why I was trying last week to get rid of one of them, because right now we're up to over $2 million on our wish list, I would guess, maybe even more than that. And, you know, it's going to be very hard for the city manager to say, here's where we recommend it. I mean, so, you know, it seems to me that maybe we ought to consider at the next meeting looking at these and maybe paring some of them down before we get to the last meeting, and we've got all this potential, and it's going to be very hard to pare it down at that point.
All right, Member Peterson?
Yeah, I will support the motion, I think, for the library. I'm maybe not sure yet. But I'm concerned because when we had to make a tough decision about reducing funding for the library, we looked to the professional library staff and we said, which would be better? Money spent for hours at the West Salem branch, or to have that money allocated at the main branch? And the librarian, the director at that time, the administrator at that time, I remember, I believe correctly, said it would be better spent at the main library because that then services the entire city. I don't feel comfortable making a decision about how a library should be managed and staffed. That's not my expertise. I can be a representative of the community that says to me, we love our library and we would like to have more services and more hours, and I can convey that. But I don't think that for us to be in a position where we start making a decision about how the library would be actually staffed and operated without first having some input.
Member Bennett?
Yeah, I certainly, Madam Mayor, I think you're correct in many ways on this. The problem, okay, the fundamental problem is we have waited for 5 years to hear the plan. We've got no plan. We've got no plan for opening those fire stations, which is why we're starting to bring these to the floor. We're talking about $2 million in a budget that has $27 million of cash carryover. 20% cash carryover. It's huge. I don't know of any other agency that runs with that kind of reserve. So I think we have room to talk. That doesn't mean we'll arrive at spending all that money, but these are services that our constituents, that
Member Bennett,
residents of the community
we're
ask about.
out of time.
Well, I just want to make sure that it's understood, but we really deserve to have the conversation. We may not make the decision in favor of it, but we have waited and waited for these conversations to occur, and this is what that's a budget.
I'd really like to.
Well, I agree with what you're saying,
Member
Councilor
Peterson,
Bennett.
we're out of time. I'm going to have to call for a vote on this motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. All right, that's the end of our agenda unless there's any public testimony. Or there's any other motions on wish list items. If there is, I'm going to ask to extend. Seeing none, meeting is adjourned.
It's all right.